We're all man.
Got a pork brush in the sink.
We're all man. We're all brother. Salam, everybody.
All right.
I hope everybody's doing well. Happy Shabbat. And today, we're going to send our prayers up, but just want to say shalom to everybody online. Shalom to the brothers. isbhpk Houston, isbhpk Norfolk, Virginia, isbhpk New York. I always forget the city.
Rochester.
Rochester, right?
Yeah, Rochester.
Rochester, New York. Shalom to the brothers out there in New York getting the work in. Virginia, VA, Houston. Hope everybody's doing well this Shabbat. We're going to go today into the book of Judges.
Okay.
You know, we ran through Joshua pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Now things are going to escalate, dealing with how our people really start going to the next level of weakness and wickedness. But without further ado, we're going to go into our prayers first. So, Majim, it's just us. It's just us for now. It's just us.
On.
Yeah.
I know that.
We're just so used to when Majim, everybody gets up. I get it.
About 50.
What's looking for, David?
Let's double check something. I had a book that was kind of
Important.
It was kind of important.
I put all the books that were on the table. I put them on the side over here. Okay, so
Let's go.
what's the name of the book? It's the name.
Haley's Bible. Haley's.
Yeah, I know where it is. Haley's or I have
It's
Harper's?
Haley. You don't see it. It's Haley's. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
I'll get it.
Rakhtay Yahweh Shem Yahshai,
Wakti how about Shemal Shah?
Hahawa'a, Nathanawa, Awar, Zayawam,
The
Tawada, Aman.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai. That gives us the light this day. Thanks, so be it.
Rakhtay Yahweh Shem Yahshai,
Wakti how about Shemal Shah?
Hahawa'a, Nathanawa, Rayah, Nayachaka,
Yahaka.
Tawada, Aman.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai. That gives us the sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
We're going to blow our actual ram's horn today. It doesn't have the same pop as the other one, man, but we're going to make this work. Don't have the same pop.
Sound good, man.
But we're going to get through this. Amajim Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Then I fetch Lucy.
Rakhtay Yahweh Shem Yahshai,
Wakti how about Shemal Shah?
Hahawa'a, Nathanawa, Hashabbat, Bashalom, Tawada, Aman.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you, so be it.
Come in. I don't know where somebody knocked on the
I didn't
door. I
hear
wasn't sure. Oh, it was just the sound of it.
Outdoors.
Sorry. Shalom, Bachar. Hope y'all doing okay out there in Virginia.
Shalom, sir. What's up, bro?
Okay. Psalms 121. Anasha.
Anasha.
Ayanyamya.
Yanyamya.
Hahoyam. Ma'ayam.
Ma'ayam.
Yabu'ah. Aizoria. Yabu'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'asha. Shemayim. Wa'aratiza. La'ah. Yonathan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'ah, Nawam, Shashamayah, Hana, Yala'ah, Nawam, Wala'ah, Yashan, Shashawamar, Yasharala, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tazaria, Ayah, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashamash, Yala'ah, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Makal, Rai, Yashamar, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashamar, Hawalakia, Wahua'aya, Ma'aitha, Wa'ai, Iwalam.
I will lift them eyes to the hills. From whence cometh my help? My help comes from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in, from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen. Israelite Credo. Shema Yashala.
Shema Yashala.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Allahayna. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Achad. Shema Yashala. Yahweh. Allahayna. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yashala. Yahweh. Allahayna. Yahweh. Achad.
Hear Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
Okay. Let's switch this out. Sorry. Whew. 1 second, Joe. All right. Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwavka, Thaba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Natalanawa, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachanawa, Chawatinawa, Kasalachanawa, Chawatinawa, Wala'ah, Thabianawa, Banisai one, Abo, Hawashino, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahathapara, La'ai Walamya. Aman.
Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. La'ah, Yahaya, Laka, Alahayim, Achayim, Ayo, Panya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah, Tha'ina, Laka, Pasor, Wala'ah, Tha'ibara.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah, Thalaqwachah, Sham, Yehovah, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Laquadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah, Tharatazah.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'ah, Thana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Thaganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Tha'ina. Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Thachamad. Ko. Asherah. Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Okay. Barak Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Let me say that again. That was my fault. Barak Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'am. Nathalanawa. Hathawara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai. That gives us the law.
Okay. Israel, you shouting? Let's get started. All right. So like I said before, we started our prayers. We finished up Joshua. Joshua did what he could because of his age. He got Israel their initial allotments of land. We talked about it last week. Israel got their land. but the work was incomplete. Just because the land was allotted to them, which it was, all the locations, you can look on your Google Maps or whatever the case is, look on Google, look at the original division of the 12 tribes. It was massive pieces of land. But the only issue with it was that the land was still inhabited with a massive amount of Canaanites, massive amount of Philistines, Hittites, Hivites, the whole nine, and Jebusites.
So it wasn't ready made.
It wasn't ready made. We had 5 years of war. Listen, you have to understand, the Most High wanted us to eradicate an entire 5 nations of people.
And they're fighting for their lives at mass capacity.
Listen, they were the 5 nations, or the parasites, and all those ites, the Hivites, the Jebusites, all these peoples were in fight or flight mode. They were dying, they were losing. But the Most High also was like, listen, y'all have to continue to fight if you want your blessing. So when
So my question is this: did the Most High change because it was a new generation?
No.
He didn't.
And the thing is this, we're going to go into it. We want to take our time to, as much as we can, explain the themes that the Most High, that I feel through the scriptures are so important for the new generation coming up to kind of process.
What do you mean by that?
Meaning, there are certain fundamental concepts of a mentality that we have to have.
Okay.
In order for the Most High to honor the individual.
So you're saying that there's fundamentals, there's basics that I have to have mastered.
Yes.
In order for the Most High to honor me, and I can't move forward without my basics.
Well, basic mental premises, basic mental and spiritual fight that everyone has to have if they want to find success in serving the Lord.
And He's not gonna just change His will because it's new faces.
Exactly. So, and we're going to find out what ends up happening when we don't fight our battles, when we don't sit back here and continue to go generation to generation to take to embrace the same mental will and the same spirit of fighting and honoring the Heavenly Father. Because what people don't understand is, people think, I don't want to talk it, we're going to read it. Let's start off with the Josephus, sir. And we're going to be bouncing back and forth quite frequently. So we're going to start off with the Antiquities of the Jews.
I'll read it.
Antiquities of the Jews, Book 5, Chapter 2, Paragraph 1. Let's salute you in, Nagaha. We have a nice reading party ahead of us. It hits enough.
I know that one better.
I know, but hey,
The
a
sound.
lot of the Jews will talk about the fact that we had a different type of horn. They'll judge. So we're gonna go with the ram's horn because you have a lot of Israelites want to say that's the antelope horn.
Even the West Africans, which was the Israelites at the time.
Doesn't matter. So that's another class for the day, man. So let's go. Let's do this.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemaywan, Ban Yasharala.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemaywan, Ban Yashala. Amajim, Ra, Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Barakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shah Brakatham.
Alrighty.
Hold them up.
Come on, man. It's Shabbat now. Where's Shabbat mode at?
Let it go.
That's what I'm saying, eh?
Stay fast.
This is bad, yo. Okay, so we're gonna start off in like I said, chapter 2, paragraph 1. I think it's important to start there because Phineas hasn't died yet. Phineas is the priest that is in charge of Israel. There wasn't a particular judge established yet, but we're dealing with Phineas now, and Phineas's job was to sit back here and at least start establishing, to figure out who was going to take the mantle to be the leader or spokesman for the rest of the tribes. So that's where we're going to start off in paragraph 1. Let's read the foreword too in the beginning. If you guys have one, I don't know if you guys have one.
Okay. How?
I'm just looking for something.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We're in Antiquities of the Jews, Book 5, Chapter 2, Paragraph 1. How, after the death of Joshua, their commander, the Israelites transgressed the laws of their country and experienced great afflictions. And when there was a sedition arisen, the tribe of Benjamin was destroyed, excepting only 600 men.
Okay. And that's another situation. We're not gonna go into it this time. I don't know why they did the chronological order like that, but when you read in the Josephus, they take a Judges 19 scenario and they talk about it in chapter 2 when it's really just the beginning of Judges. So we'll deal with that part later on about what happened with Benjamin and how they were left with 600 people. But that's another story, another day, another part of the book of Judges. So let's do that. Let's continue in paragraph 1.
Paragraph 1. After the death of Joshua and Eleazar, Phinehas prophesied that according to the Most High's will, they should commit the government to the tribe of Judah, and that this tribe should destroy the race of the Canaanites. For then the people were concerned to learn what was the will of the Most High.
So this was the order. The order was that Judah was going to help spearhead the movement to eradicate these Canaanites. Okay, the Most High ordained that the Judites were going to sit back here and start this affront to start breaking down these tribes. Okay, and breaking down these foreign tribes and eradicate them out of the land, because that was what Joshua had given us strict instruction to do.
Yeah.
He said, listen, I don't want you guys mingling. I don't want you guys working with these people. The goal and the expectation was for all these Philistines, these Canaanites, all these different tribes and peoples of Ham were supposed to be wiped off the face of the earth. Period, point blank. Okay, let's continue.
They also took their assistants, the tribe of Simeon.
Now we talked about last week that Simeon's lot was right in the middle of the land of Judah. So it was advantageous for Simeon to partner up with Judah to eradicate these damn Philistines in that area. Okay? Read on.
But upon this condition, that when those that had been tributary to the tribe of Judah should be slain, they should do the like for the tribe of Simeon.
So, what is this saying also? The thing is this. It said, they also took to their assistance the tribe of Simeon. But upon this condition, that when those that had been tributary to the tribe of Judah should be slain, they should do the like for the tribe of Simeon. So hey, if Simeon comes and looks after us, we got to look after Simeon when it's their time. We have to look at this concept. What he's saying is, verse 1 is saying that Judah gave up money just to stay in the spirit and to please the Heavenly Father, because these tribes were paying tributary initially to stay in the land. So why are we bringing this out? Shalom says, why are we sitting back here and even explaining things like this? Because when you're trying to please the Most High, a lot of times the right thing isn't profitable.
Yep.
Making the right decision isn't monetarily profitable.
Yeah.
And these are the moral dilemmas the Most High consistently puts Israelites in. Do you play quote-unquote ball and make allegiances with people that could be financially beneficial to you, but on the converse, there is a spiritual deficit that comes from this exchange? Listen, when you're in leadership, and even when you're dealing with marriages at home, we're always faced with these situations. Do you play ball and not stand up for what's right to keep people happy, just to keep the peace? Or do you stand up for what's right regardless of what you stand to lose out of the deal? So, listen, it was important that Judah started it off Because what you're going to read on is that a lot of our people didn't want to function with this compromise. And the whole mentality of fighting, unless you had to go to war out, leave your home, risk it all, risk your life, risk your comfort, just so that the borders were safe. When the easy answer was that just get your money and get paid.
And it also shows the dilemma, the classic dilemma of Israel. Are you going to choose the stronger example? The stronger, more spiritual, more disciplined approach? Or are you going to choose the convenient, temporary, comfort-based scenario? It's always choose either day, life or death. We're just reading about, at this current point in history, what decision does Israel want to make? Exactly,
but you know, it's at this particular point, but you can sit back here and look at how this is always a question in every Israelite man's household.
Yep.
This is every question, every Israelite man's camp.
Yep.
What do you do? Do you sit back here and make the political move? The move that makes people happy? The move that can be financially beneficial?
Like King Saul.
Yep.
King Saul was in the same scenario.
But this is the point. There are reoccurring themes all throughout history. And these reoccurring themes haven't stopped in present day Israel. What's more important? Being spiritually right, or having the comforts and pleasures that come from alliances and allegiances?
And it goes back, and what this really reveals is, do you believe in the invisible power, or do you believe in God you can see? It goes back to
and are you more concerned with comfort? Because the thing is this: do you want to do things the right way, which is the hard way, or do you want to do things the easy way, the convenient way, but it causes a loss in morality,
and what happens?
A loss in standing up for what's right.
You know what that reminds me of, war? That reminds me of when we go into classes about the Maccabees, and then you see Israel has the choice to concede to the Greek Empire and lock into their philosophy and their culture, and get licenses to sin, and to join and assimilate themselves with the tradition of the Greeks, or live a very challenging life in the mountains.
Yep.
Eating herbs, hiding in caves.
Yep.
And reestablishing the laws of the Most High and rebuilding momentum to take their kingdom back.
Slowly. And also the question is, do you build slowly or quickly? Do you take the choice to take the very difficult, inconvenient path so that you can function independent of compromise? Or do you take the compromise option, the easy route, and get the results you're looking for quickly while compromising your standard in the meantime? This is what Judah, Simeon, the rest of the 10 tribes had to face. How are we going to go about existing from this time on? We know what we have to do. We know what the scripture says. The scripture, or the history, or the orders from Joshua was to take out these Canaanites. But it also talked about in the earlier chapters of Josephus how difficult these people's walls were, how difficult the conditions were to overcome these people. They weren't easy missions. There were multi-year missions that were required to do what was told. And this is where it talks about, like, I guess, the fighting spirit, or talks about fighting. But is it really about necessarily the physical battle, or it's the mental toll that comes from constantly being in the mindset of fighting? Because it's the mental toll. These guys were warriors, but the price we had to pay on a daily basis to be in the mindset of fighting, the mindset of not being comfortable, the mindset of pushing forward to achieve a goal, was what Israel as a nation really dreaded.
And Israel doesn't like the idea of maintaining a state of alertness.
Because Israel wants to work to it. Listen, this is in all of us. The issue with Israel, we will fight and change for a goal.
For survival's sake.
It's like a diet. We'll sit back here and eat the right foods and stop withholding this for X amount of months, with the hope that after I get the results I want, I can relax. But when you tell a person that they have to eat this way forever, now they're upset. Now they didn't want to do it. It's the same thing with Israel. That, hey, these battles were going to take years. And the question that Phineas was trying to find out was who was going to sit back here and take on this task? Who was going to lead the tribes and the nation to fighting these battles to show the example that it can be and it will be done?
And this is the issue, though. Now in your position of leadership, the people are inconvenienced and leadership is inconvenienced because now you have to deal with resistance, the spirit of convincing, enforcing, and making policies, and making laws, and pushing consequences.
And making everybody uncomfortable.
Then being unpopular behind these things.
Yep. Exactly. And being hated.
Yeah, because everybody thinks being a leader is glorious, but you're often making decisions that people are not going to agree with because it discomforts the average person.
And this is the reoccurring theme you're going to read about in the book of Judges. Yeah. When you take the comfortable path, when you take the easy path, when you take the path that's more politically sound versus the path that deals with judgment, you get it's an exchange. You get temporary ease with long-term suffering. Or do you sit back here and take the difficult stand where you get the momentary stress and pain for long-term peace of mind?
So it's delayed gratification versus instant gratification.
Exactly, and that's always the challenge that comes from leadership when you're running your home. That challenge is when you're running a camp, dealing with men, dealing with people. What am I going to compromise to get an easy band-aid to a solution, or thug it out, do things the right way, and suffer through things temporarily, and then find peace in the life? What you going to say? What's your question or statement?
I was trying to figure out the word you used. You said take the political path, and you said, or take the was it the moral path, or was
the path of judgment?
Judgment. That's what
and doing things the right way, because the right way is normally the very difficult way. It's the way that you get the least assistance. Because the thing is this is about, in layman, in times now, this is about taking a path that gives you help, or taking a path where there's no help. Because when you ask for help, now you have to compromise. Yeah. Now you have to compromise right from wrong. Or you have to compromise your standard for assistance. Or do you sit back here and stick to your standard and have no help, have no alliances because you stuck to a standard? This is the challenge that we face now, and on a larger level during the time of Judges, this is what they faced. Because they were getting while they were building their homes, while they were establishing their lands, they were getting tributaries from these people. So they had extra money to help build on what they were doing.
And this is also why the woman has to follow the man, if the man is spiritual. Mm-hmm. Because a woman's nature is to become. Yep. That's a woman's nature. She's a nurturer. She will give comfort to the children. Mm-hmm. And that, in her proper order, is a beautiful thing. It's a perfect thing, especially for establishing families. Mm-hmm. When it comes to objective decisions and decisions that benefit the family long term, this is why the man has to be the head. Yeah. If he's properly spiritually trained and discerned.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is people are just like, well, why I gotta follow a man? This because your nature is more inclined for comfort. A man's nature is even inclined for comfort.
Yeah.
It's just we have the responsibility. If the mistake is made, who has to take the hit if mistakes get made? Does the woman get the responsibility? Does it hit her?
Nope.
Or is it the last decision on the man? If the man gets to blame anyway, for the mistake, then he might as well make the decisions.
Yep.
If it's my fault anyway, then I'll make the choice. With leadership, if it's my fault, if things aren't going together anyway, and I'm the last guy, the buck stops with me, I'm the last line.
Then it's going to stop with me
then I need to go ahead and embrace this completely.
Yep.
But when men don't embrace the conflict that comes with decision making, we're going to incline ourselves.
Because you know what the problem is?
Political choices.
Because the thing is this, when you sit back here and take the non-political choice, that means that all the weight's on you.
Exactly.
Listen, it made sense politically to take these people's money and keep them over there. On a political level, yeah. It was smart because they still had to build their land up. Yeah. They still had to sit back and they needed money for supplies. They just coined to help establish their lands,
And some
their
people,
new lands.
And some people, these convenience thinkers, would call that wisdom.
I know.
So
There's a lot of people that call doing the political play wise.
Oh, that's the wisdom.
It ain't wisdom. It's comfort.
It's convenience.
And a lot of times when you choose the comfortable route, now you're dealing with the spirit of compromise.
Yeah.
And when you deal with the spirit of compromise, you water down the standard that was the intention of building things in the first place. This is the lessons that the book of Judges is going to start showing us about compromise, convenience, politics, and how these words should be dirty, filthy words to us. Because all these dirty, filthy words leads to weakness, leads to compromising in your standard and watering down what you stand for. Okay.
Oh, I got to pull one point right here. Proverbs 28 verse 22.
Proverbs chapter 28, verse 22. Verse 22, right?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Proverbs chapter 28, verse 22. He that hasteth to be rich hath an evil eye.
He that hasteth to be rich hath a what?
Hath an evil eye.
If I'm in this rush for some type of benefit, the Most High says in the Bible that is a sign of an evil perspective.
Because the person who's hasting to be rich, the reason he's hasty and how a man is hasty is that they cut corners. That's how they have the evil eye. Because their mind is, that's one aspect of having evil eye, is the mindset of cutting corners, doing things the quick and convenient way versus doing things the right way. And when you get into a habit of doing things the convenient way, you never eventually can sustain the work and the blessings down the line. You can't get yourself in the mind of taking shortcuts, of taking easier directions to one goal. When you start taking shortcuts, now you start compromising right from wrong. Eventually, you'll start compromising right from wrong to take the quick, convenient, easy path.
Just like Esau with his food industry.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to add wood chips into his food. He wants to add plastic in his food. He wants to add fillers in his food because preservatives in his food because it's good for business. It's good for profit.
That the food can
it's good for numbers.
that it's good for business to use preservatives, so I can use dead food to trick the mind and the senses to think that it's healthy food. I can sit back and maximize my profit by selling dead food. So the question is, if I'm selling dead food, how does I make the taste buds and the senses think that this dead food is really lively food?
Exactly.
Now I put these preservatives in here to trick the mind into thinking that what you're eating is healthy. That way I can maximize profit margin because I'm sitting back here cutting corners.
And the biological response down the line leads to the cells in the body no longer recognizing the building blocks from that food and looks at it as a foreign invader. Then you have autoimmune diseases where your body's fighting itself. And why is that? Because your cells are made out of foreign material.
But I can give two shits because, I'm making money.
I got the money though.
I'm making money. I got the short-term money. I don't care if half the population is obese. I don't care if people are getting sick at alarming rates. That's more money for the medical industry.
Exactly.
So what? I'm making my bread. That is the spirit of cutting corners. When you cut corners, you compromise right from wrong. And this is where the evil comes when the person is trying to get rich quick.
So we gotta stop looking at money with a religious lens.
And you have to stop looking at, the crazy thing is, even when you're sitting back here and contemplating alliances to build what you're doing.
Yeah.
The crazy thing is, why don't you just sit back here and learn and learn the person who's succeeding's work ethic and make that work ethic yours, versus sitting back here and using other people's resources to make your life easy. Because you just don't want to sit back and do the hard work to establish your own brand and establish your own stability around you. I'm telling you, what weakens. Listen, even when you see companies, listen. I don't eat there no more. I've used to. But you see when you see Taco Bell and KFC combined, they're weakened now. Now they're weakened, but they have to join at the hip to survive because they're having issues financially being stable on their own. Instead of working on their own issues and their own business issues, they combine so they don't got to sit back and deal with their own business infrastructure issues.
But guess what? What are they known for? They're known for cutting corners. How you know that? Because the chicken KFC has, everybody knows this already. This is old news. Is it really chicken? It used to be Kentucky Fried Chicken. They got
now it's KFC.
Because it's not chicken anymore. It's some genetically modified monster that people are eating that has a lot of sauce in it. Right? I just go there.
It's gross, but it's true.
It's disgusting. And because they cut corners.
What about those herbs and spices on the top?
Yeah, you know what? Listen.
Like 23 herbs and spices. 23 herbs and spices.
23 gene splices. So listen. So because they cut corners and they lost their market, now they're put into a position of weakness. Athletes, when they don't work on their defensive abilities, they just work on offense, dunk, three-pointer. You look up, and now they're in the championship, or they're in a position where they have critical games. And guess what? They have undeveloped parts of their team. And now they're getting attacked in their underdevelopment. So where is Israel getting attacked? We get attacked as a nation based on our underdevelopment.
And it's the fact that we're underdeveloped and we choose to compromise with other entities to hide that weakness versus just deal with the weakness.
To hide our underdevelopment.
The question is, why would I need these Canaanites' money? Whatever the Canaanites were providing us made our life easier at the moment. But the consequence is they were sitting back here giving us money. And you don't think these guys hated our guts? We housed these guys shit. We destroyed their families and their kinfolk. Now we're taking their bread
and smiling.
And it's a party over here. We taking their bread, party at my house.
And that's
it's ridiculous,
that's
bro.
the unrealistic leadership thinking of, I had to say it, black people and Latinos. Because we had this idea in the 70s. That idea is gonna they're gonna get the white men out the neighborhood. We're gonna keep the pimps, but we're gonna get rid of the drug dealers. What are you talking about? Negative is negative. Back in the 70s. Back in the 70s, there was this idea we're gonna get rid of the pimps, the pushers, the dope slangers like that, so we can have a strong black community, and that's a good idea. And then down the line, it's like, well, we get rid of the drug dealers, but we're gonna keep the pimps. Then it's okay. We'll keep the drug dealers. We get rid of the really bad dealers. We're gonna get rid. We keep compromising. And then you look up the community, now we're just filled with vices and filled with criminals.
And that's even the whole idea of government. Government can't get anything done because it's full of compromising positions.
And those compromising individuals allow the negative to keep spreading in the community. And we do that to this day right now. I use the 70s as an example, but it just shows a time period when we had the idea, the opportunity to lead ourselves and self-govern.
Let's go back and read some more. Let's go to explain.
I'll finish my scripture real quick.
Okay, please.
And we're going to go on the reading.
Proverbs chapter 28, verse 22. He that hasteth to be rich hath an evil eye.
Read on.
And considereth not.
He does what?
And considereth not.
He does what?
Considereth not.
I didn't consider, because I was a flesh-based thinker.
A convenience-based thinker.
I was a convenience-based thinker. Read.
And considereth not that poverty shall come upon him.
Poverty is a product of not making good decisions and being in a rush and not doing proper procedures and ordinances. Go to verse 20, and I'm done.
Verse 20. A faithful man.
A what?
A faithful man.
A dependable, consistent man. Read.
A faithful man shall abound with blessings.
If I'm dependable, consistent, and I keep the standard I was taught, and I'm not deviating, I'm going to what?
But I shall abound with blessings.
I'm going to abound with blessings. Read on.
But he that maketh haste.
He that does what?
But he that maketh haste.
I'm in this rush. Read on.
But he that maketh haste to be rich shall not be innocent.
Shall not be what?
Shall not be
innocent.
Now
I'm in the judgment of the Most High. I'm not innocent in the Most High's eyes. That's all I want to put down.
Because you're not innocent, because the Most High hates shortcuts. The Most High hates making decisions just to make things convenient and easy for you. The lesson is in the hard work. The lesson is in the attention to detail. The lesson is in the grind. The lesson is not based on taking that easy, convenient path.
Yeah.
Or the shortcut path.
Yeah.
Let's go on to it. We're going to go to paragraph 2 in Antiquities of the Jews, book 5, chapter 2, paragraph 2.
Paragraph 2. But the affairs of the Canaanites were at this time in a flourishing condition.
You know why? Because they regrouped.
Yeah.
They said, okay, man, these guys are after us. But you know what? They're lazy and they're just trying to exploit us. So we got to sit back here and tighten up our communication. We got to tighten up our work ethic. They're letting us function here. All we got to do is pay a certain price. Then we got to sit back here while we're paying these assholes. Excuse my French.
Yeah.
Let's just tighten up our army. Let's sit back here and tighten up our walls. And sit back here and make ourselves that much stronger so we can prepare ourselves for an eventual onslaught on them when we're ready. This is what happens when you're lazy and you compromise. All we had to do was finish these people off before they got the traction and the ability to flourish.
I gotta pull one scripture. First Samuel 4:9.
What was you going to say as we're looking for that?
I was just saying, so they're appearing to come off like they're nice and they're cooperating.
Yep.
But actually they're hiding the true intent.
They're plotting. You know, they're playing. They're falling back, playing the humble role, waiting for their opportunity to overcome us. And we're asleep. We're asleep because we're looking for the comfortable route. We're just so excited that now we got something. But this is Israel also. When Israel starts to come up, Israel don't know how to handle wealth. Israel has a real problem with handling success. This is why the Most High calls Israel a homeborn slave. You know why? Because as soon as we get something nice, we tear it up. Or we focus too much on it. Or we big it up so much that we don't understand how to maintain it. You're going to see through these scriptures how as soon as we got it, we started losing it. We had no clue on how to maintain anything of value. And it started off, the number one thing was the fact that we didn't want to serve the Most High and follow His laws. But it was a bunch of things on top of that. It was just mismanagement, bad decision making, bad policies.
The same reason our families don't work properly.
Yep.
The same way our relationships don't work properly.
The same reason Israel don't have shit now. The same reason Israel can't keep business together now. Because we can't get past what the business we got now. We have no foresight, no forethought, no prepping for the next endeavor. Everything is for the moment now. No, there's no down the line thinking. Because we're robotic ass people. We got it in front of me now. We're going to laugh. We're going to smile. We're going to blow this bread in front of us and not think about tomorrow.
Because we want the good times out.
Because it's about overindulging in the moment.
But Israel's about the good times out.
I know.
Can you read the scripture real fast?
It's flipping
Proverbs
horrible.
4:9.
Proverbs? I thought you said First
Samuel. Forget Slack.
First Samuel 4?
4:9.
First Samuel chapter 4, verse 9.
That's what you said, right?
Yes, sir.
Be strong and quit yourselves like men.
Now, who's speaking here? Let's go to verse 8.
Verse 8. Woe unto us.
Destruction unto us. Read.
Who shall deliver us out of the hand of these mighty powers? These are the gods that smote the Egyptians with all the plagues in the wilderness.
So this is our adversaries, the Philistines, talking to their people. Getting their people in order. Read.
Be strong.
Do what?
Be strong.
They're telling their people, be strong. Anybody's telling the people the same thing. You might not know it, but they're prepping too.
Yeah.
All these little races outside of Israel that wants to buy Jordans and watch the Kardashians and have a good time. These other races are sitting here prepping their ass off.
Yeah.
Read.
Yeah. We want to buy gold. We want to buy Jordans that cost $250. They buying Glocks. They sitting back here taking $500 and buying on rounds.
Yep.
You know, these Edomites in those like little I don't know what they call them.
Prep.
They're at those no, those gun ranges.
Yeah.
Well, they're not regular gun ranges.
Exposing.
Where they're bing, 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 bing. They have all those little metal things that you got to go through these courses, these obstacle courses.
Yeah.
And you're like, pop, 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 pop. You drop the clip, put the new clip in, pop, 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 pop.
Tactical training.
It's tactical training out. They're sitting back here learning tactical training, and we're doing TikTok videos out. They're sitting back here literally they're getting ready for war out.
I've seen also other nations.
Mm-hmm.
They literally on treadmills. They got a weight bar
Mm-hmm.
with weights on either side, and they on the treadmill like this, just walking on the
Wow.
treadmill, and then they got the weight bar. Take it here, take it.
Because they're learning how to stay, learning how to get strong, holding these weapons,
everything.
and how can they sustain their stamina
It's crazy, man.
in war situations. You know, Kimmy, I was watching this dude. He's talking about the H&K, one of the H&K guns, right? He's like, you don't really know what kind of gun you got until you go through 500 rounds. I'm like, huh? What? I don't know. I think he said 5,000 rounds. 5,000 rounds, bro. 500 rounds ain't nothing. 5,000 rounds. That's how you know what kind of gun you got. Can it sustain itself through these 5,000 rounds? And what parts do you need to replace after like 5,000 rounds? These guys are keeping guns. They understand. If I'm shooting 5,000 rounds, I know what the hell I'm doing. Short range, medium range. That's like an extension of my hand at 5,000 rounds.
Yeah,
and I'm like, damn, how many times I shot my gun? Shit. I can't say I knocked over 200 rounds. I'm like, this is horrible.
So it shows how the nations take the time to prepare, be disciplined, be forward thinkers.
And they invest their money into things that are going to last down the line.
That benefit their people.
That benefit their people and their people's protection. We're sitting back and laughing, shucking and jiving, having fun, blowing money on cars and shoes and jewelry. It's the truth. It shows where our people's minds are.
Till this
simplistic.
Day. This thinking pattern, that's why I like Judges, because it just shows where our group thinking is at.
Yep. Exactly.
Can you read on, sir?
It's crazy, bro.
Verse 9.
Uh-huh.
Be strong and quit yourselves like men.
Uh-huh.
But quit means, it says to carry through, to do or perform something to the end.
Wow.
So the nations understand, if you start an endeavor, you got to finish it, man.
Wow.
You start the endeavor with the mindset to end the endeavor. What we do, we start an endeavor and we stop midstream and wonder why we always have problems down the line.
Yeah.
Because quit don't mean stop in this regard. It means to finish.
So like marriages, people like to get married and they like to go, oh, there's problems. They say, well, I don't feel happy,
Mm-hmm.
and then now let's not finish the endeavor.
Yep.
We start camps. Oh, I hit a wall.
Yep.
Oh, it's time to quit the camp.
Yeah.
Because things are bad right now.
Yep.
Like things don't be bad all throughout the Bible with Israelites.
Yep.
It's a book of. It's not a fairy tale book. It's a book of. This book's about bad things happening.
And listen, you don't think these Canaanites knew or these Philistines knew there was about some hard ass times? Look at these crazy ass talented Jews that are erratic, God. They're up and they're down, God.
Yeah, mentally erratic.
But they're talented.
Talented.
These guys were talented as hell. So you don't know what you're gonna get.
It's a crazy.
You get the greatness of the Jews one day, and then next week they start sinning.
The sloppy.
But you never know what you're gonna get. Like whatever it is, we're gonna have to finish what we start for the preservation of our nation. But we don't carry that philosophy. We're so busy trying to party and have fun, like Biggie said, party and bullshit.
Yeah.
We want to party and bullshit and enjoy the moment. We don't plan and prep, because to plan and prep means you're not having fun anymore. There's no fun in planning and prepping. There's no fun in having a budget.
Be ye like the ant.
There's no fun. There's no fun in being independent and having to sit back here and go on it on your own.
And make the hard decisions.
That's not cool. I'd rather be around a bunch of people that are taking it easy and is living life chilling. Not realizing that when you're taking it slow, your enemies aren't taking it slow.
Well, that's you. Everybody can't be like that.
All right.
That's you. I ain't that kind of person. Everybody likes to cop out.
And this is why you can't work with everybody. That's the point. You can't work with people that want to lay on their ass. Listen, this is where it says, how can two walk together unless they be agreed? You can't get shit done in a camp, in a family, if both parties don't agree with how hard you have to work to get something done. If I'm in a marriage and my wife wants to lay up, but I want to push myself, guess what?
It's over.
It's not going to work. You might as well cut it off and move forward. You have to work with somebody who wants to push at the level that you are. This is what Israelites don't understand. You can't build with a bunch of people that want to sit their ass and not do nothing. You can't build with a group like that.
Now you can.
So it's better off that you sit back here and let the group that wants to operate at their pace stay with the group that wants to operate at their pace. It's no offense, but stay at the rate you want to go, and we'll push at the rate we got to go, and you know what? We'll see what happens at the end. And there's no wickedness in that. But you're seeing Judah want to sit back here and push. Simeon was down with pushing. We're going to see if the other tribes were down with pushing.
Let's see. Can you finish this right here?
Yeah.
That's a good point. Read on.
Be strong and quit yourselves like men.
Read on.
O ye Philistines, that ye be not servants.
GBY what?
That ye be not
So you don't
servants.
be making yourself subject and slaves and always sitting here and waiting for people to take care of you and hand you EBTs. I get EBT, I get it. But we're always busy. We're waiting for the crumbs of the white man to take care of us.
I always go back into that time when Judah got displaced from New Orleans. Do people realize? I forgot how much each person got. It was $2,500.
It's a lot. I forgot how much it was.
It was $25,000 to $5,000 per person.
FEMA check.
Something like that.
It was $2,500 to $5,000. If 50 people just would have said, you know what, we're going to pool this money together and buy this, or buy that, or let's pool $300,000 together and buy an apartment complex, and we all take equal share in it. You know how significant that would have been? $300,000 could have bought you an apartment complex back in the day. One apartment complex paid cash could have turned into what? The collateral off that would have turned into 2. But Israel is like crabs in a barrel, and they can't think past tomorrow. And the shoes and the jewelry they want on their damn shoes
well,
and buy.
I don't like this person. Well, I don't like this person. Now I want you to tell me what to do. Because who are you to tell me what to do?
Mm-hmm.
And
it keeps going back into that situation. And we want to be in this damn slave mindset. Instead of everybody losing for a period of time, so that everybody can have down the line.
And we make the white man's job easier.
I know.
Listen, if I was a white man, I was like, this is cake.
Yeah.
I got these niggas.
Listen,
it's not hard to do
let's
this.
find an athlete that everybody likes and make shoes in his name. Give him a piece of it, but we make 10 to 15 times more than what this guy makes. Everybody talks about how brilliant Jordan was. How much money did Nike make off these guys?
He don't want to say it. They don't want to put that information out there.
How much did Nike make? Okay, Jordan got this bomb-ass amount of money. But the company, they were making these shoes for pennies on the dollar in Vietnam.
Oh, yeah, somebody got to get the lion's share.
Yeah, the Lions, somebody's got to get it.
That's the business.
Listen, these
we're executives.
I don't want to say Moab, but what are these Vietnamese cats?
Yeah.
Them Jordans was like made for $2 or $3 out. It couldn't have cost more than $2 or $3 out to make the damn shoe out.
Yeah.
And you selling these joints for $150 to $200 to $250 out? Hand over fist. Jordan might get $3 a pop off the shoe, maybe 2.
We could have bought our
What
way.
about the rest of the money
We could
going?
have bought our way slavery out.
Brother,
We do that. We do this as a group though.
I know, but you know what?
We don't sit here and address nationalistic problems as a group. You see where the immaturity of our thinking is at? Can you finish that scripture?
Yeah.
O ye Philistines,
Uh-huh.
that ye be not servants unto the Hebrews,
Uh-huh.
as they have been to you.
Read on.
Quit yourselves like men, and fight.
Don't be the new niggas. We're not gonna be niggas for these niggas.
Yeah. And he says, man, prepare yourself to fight to the end. Be a damn man and finish this battle. And don't run from the fear. And finish. What was Joshua telling the Jews to do? To finish. But having things and being comfortable was more important than finishing. And because we made that compromising decision, it eventually led us to poverty. It eventually led us to having nothing to show for all the works we brought to the table.
And all the struggle we've been through.
Exactly.
Go to verse 10.
Verse 10.
Uh-huh.
And the Philistines fought.
And they did what?
And the Philistines fought.
Read on.
And Israel was smitten.
Because we had a weak mentality. Read.
And they fled every man into his tent.
Where every man go?
Into his tent.
Back to his comfort source. He's going to defend that. I'm going to go back to my tent and protect that. Because that's what I'm really fighting for. I'm not fighting for my brother. I'm not fighting for my nation. I'm fighting for my comfort. I'm fighting for my tent. Read.
And there was a very great slaughter, for there fell of Israel 30,000 footmen.
Listen, this is the mentality that extended after they got their shit back together. After we screwed the pooch and dropped the ball out, and after we fumbled as a nation, they kept kicking our ass out. But because we kept the same mindset, we wouldn't change our mindset.
Well, here too, they failed to get wickedness out of their camp.
Yeah.
Because they had the sons of Eli with them, expecting to win a battle for the Most High.
Yeah.
So they failed to get wickedness out of their nation, expecting the Most High. Oh, hey, look, see, we brought the ark. We doing it right, Lord.
Yeah.
See, we doing all the we doing these mechanical robotic steps.
Robotic steps. Exactly. And we're robotic. We're sensual. We're robotic, and we're about what's easy and comfortable to us, and wonder why that doesn't work. We wonder why we're not successful in those arenas.
There's a way that seems right to a man, but the end thereof is what? It's death. It seemed right to me, but I didn't make sure according to the scriptures, according to counsel, and according to the will of the Lord, was it the right thing based on what did the invisible power want me to do?
Exactly. Because the thing is this, and after you learn, if you listen, the crazy thing is this: if you can learn and accept the discipline that comes from following the laws, statutes, and commandments of the Most High, then you can start understanding the law of how to just do business right. Listen, Most High couldn't teach us how to be business minded because we just couldn't even learn basic laws about the Most High and accept them. We couldn't accept just the basic rigidness that came from doing things the right way for the Most High. Maybe if we would have learned that, then he could have taught us discipline and our work ethic, prudence and judgment, prudence in other affairs in business. We couldn't get to that because we just couldn't follow the law because we were still too sensual. Damn, let's keep going. Let's go back to Antiques of the Jews, book 5, chapter 2, paragraph 2.
Paragraph 2. But the affairs of the Canaanites were at this time in a flourishing condition, and they expected the Israelites with a great army at the city Bezek, and to put the government into the hands of Adoni-Bezek, and which name denotes the Lord of Bezek. For Adoni in the Hebrew language, in the Hebrew tongue, signifies Lord.
So the Canaanites established their king and their leader, which was Adoni-Bezek, to sit back and lay siege on the Jews. They were sitting back here and flourishing in the land of Judah. But at least Judah had the present mind to stomp them out. Read on.
Now they hoped to have been too hard for the Israelites, because Joshua was dead. But when the Israelites had joined battle with them, I mean the two tribes before mentioned,
it was just Judah and Simeon. Read on.
They fought gloriously, and slew above 10,000 of them, and put the rest to flight. And in the pursuit, they took Adoni-Bezek, who, when his fingers and toes were cut off by them, said, Nay, indeed, I was not always to lie concealed from the Most High, as I find by what I now endure, while I have not been ashamed to do the same to 72 kings.
So what he's saying is, Adoni-Bezek cut 72 kings, their thumbs and their big toes off. And I guess that's a very debilitating thing. You can't do shit without a thumb.
You're done.
You got to grab things like this, huh?
Yeah.
Life is very difficult.
Can't hold it.
You can't do anything. You can't write.
Nope.
He's like, it's like, listen, it's hard to balance your feet when you walk.
It's over.
You're done, bro.
Cripple their whole.
But he says, man, I did this to 71 kings. You know what? I didn't consider the Most High. Now I'm done like this. Read on. But once again, These guys were building momentum and steam, but the Most High backed Judah and Simeon because they were in the spirit to fight back. And they just didn't rest on their laurels and get comfortable in their circumstance. Read on.
So they carried him alive as far as Jerusalem. And when he was dead, they buried him in the earth and went on still in taking the cities. And when they had taken the greatest part of them, they besieged Jerusalem. And when they had taken this lower city, which was not under a considerable time, they slew all the inhabitants.
Now, crazy thing is, Jerusalem was initially in Benjamin's land. Jerusalem was in Benjamin's land. If you look at the old maps, but Judah took the land. Benjamin didn't want to take it. Jerusalem was in. When I saw the original maps, I was like, why the hell? Look at it. Why the hell is Jerusalem in Benjamin land?
Yeah.
I'm like, that's the Jews. That's where Judah. That's where the Jews were. That's where Judah was. But crazy thing is, Benjamin didn't want that work. So Judah took that land and they made it theirs. Because these cats didn't want to work.
The hand of the judgment bear up rule.
Yeah, but keep going.
But the upper city was not to be taken without great difficulty, through the strength of its walls and the nature of the place.
Now, hold that. We're going to go back to the book of Judges, chapter 1, verse 1, and read down. We're going to read about Adonizek, then go back to the Josephus, paragraph 3.
Judges chapter 1, verse 1. Now after the death of Joshua, it came to pass that the children of Israel asked the Most High, saying, who shall go up for us against the Canaanites first?
And let's say the children of Israel was really Phinehas, the high priest at the time, who was trying to figure out who was going to sit back here and prepare to help fight these damn Canaanites that we have to take out. Read on.
Who shall go up for us against the Canaanites first, to fight against them? And the Most High said, Judah shall go up. Behold, I have delivered the land into his hand.
Mm-hmm.
And Judah said unto Simeon, his brother, come up with me into my lot, that we may fight against the Canaanites. And I likewise will go with thee into thy lot. So Simeon went with him. And Judah went up, and the Most High delivered the Canaanites and the Perizzites into their hand, and they slew of them in Bezek 10,000 men.
Mm-hmm.
And they found Adonibezek in Bezek, and they fought against him, and they slew the Canaanites and the Perizzites. And Adonibezek fled, and they pursued after him, and caught him, and cut off his thumbs and his great toes. And Adonibezek said, 70 kings, having their thumbs and their great toes cut off, gathered their meat under my table, as I have done.
So he's like, listen, I guess the kings, the way to break the king was to make them eat of the scraps of his table. So let's him out here eating fucking, excuse my French, chicken wings and scraps of chicken wings and food, because they were reduced to low-level servants under Lord Bezek. Read on.
As I have done. So the Most High have requited me. And they brought him to Jerusalem, and there he died.
Mm-hmm.
Now the children of Judah had fought against Jerusalem and had taken it, and smitten it with the edge of the sword, and set the city on fire.
Mm-hmm.
And afterward the children of Judah went down to fight against the Canaanites that dwelt in the mountain, and in the south, and in the valley. And Judah went against the Canaanites that dwelt in Hebron. Now the name of Hebron before was Kirjath Arba. And they slew Sheshai and Ahiman and Talmai. And from thence he went against the inhabitants of Debir. And the name of Debir before was Kirjath Sepher. And Caleb said, he that smiteth Kirjath Sepher and taketh it, to him will I give Aksah, my daughter, to wife.
Now verse 12 is going back to what was talked about in Joshua when Caleb was living. And he said, listen, if whoever takes this land, Kirjath, will have my daughter. And this is recapping that scenario. Read on.
And Othniel, the son of Kenaz, Caleb's younger brother.
So it was Caleb's nephew. Othniel was Caleb's nephew. Read on.
Took it, and they gave him Aksah, his daughter, to wife.
Mm-hmm.
And it came to pass.
So they were cousins. They were allowed to deal. They were cousins. Read on.
Verse 14. And it came to pass when she came to him that she moved him to ask of her father a field. And she lighted from off her ass. And Caleb said unto her, What wilt thou? And she said unto him, Give me a blessing, for thou hast given me a south land. Give me also springs of water. And Caleb gave her the upper springs and the nether springs. And the children of Kenite, Moses' father-in-law, went up out of the city of palm trees with the children of Judah into the wilderness of Judah, which lieth in the south of Arad. And they went and dwelt among the people.
So what it's saying also is that Moses' kinfolk, Kenites, were really talking about the Midianite people that were still linked up with Moses, still aligned themselves with Judah. Because you're going to read about these Kenites down the line, because the Kenites helped defeat Sisera when you're dealing with Deborah and Barak. So these people are still intertwined with the Jews. So these Kenites were aligned with Judah in the south. There are going to be some other Kenites aligned with Naphtali and Zebulun up north near Galilee. Let's keep going.
Verse 17. And Judah went with Simeon his brother, and they slew the Canaanites that inhabited Zephath.
So obviously Zephath was in the land of Simeon, because Judah sat back here and honored their deal with the Simeonites. Read on.
And utterly destroyed it. And the name of the city was called Hormah. Also Judah took Gaza with the coast thereof, and Askelon with the coast thereof, and Ekron with the coast thereof.
Listen, Judah sat back here and took all their coast, a lot of them, not all of them, a lot of their coast westward. Gaza and Ashkelon were heavy Philistine areas. So they sat back here and took that out. I don't know if they took Ashdod, but they took Ashkelon and Ekron, which were significant strongholds for the Philistines going west.
So that's not the Gaza Strip today?
I don't know. Let's keep going.
Verse 19. And the Lord was with Judah, and he drave out the inhabitants of the mountain.
But why was he with Judah? Because Judah kept the order.
Yep.
The issue is people are like, I don't know if the Most High is with me or not. I don't know if the Most High is with me. It's pretty easy to see the Most High with you. Are you in order? Are you following direction? Are you submissive? Are you fighting it within you? Are you resisting the goal? Are you resisting the direction you've been given by your parents, by your head, by leadership? Are you resisting?
And you know what the resisting is? Are you allowing somebody else to push you past your comfort level? 90% of the time, it's about being pushed. Am I being pushed? Am I allowing brothers and sisters to push me, even though I don't want to do it? Am I getting pushed, and am I accepting the responsibility of being pushed?
Wow.
It's that simple. Read on.
And the Lord was with Judah, and he drave out the inhabitants of the mountain.
Did Judah do it, or did the Most High do it?
Most High.
The Most High did it because we were in order. It wasn't based on our might, our power.
Nope.
When Israel gets blessed, they always think it's them.
Yep.
We always think, I did something special. I got to be that dude.
The submission is why we get blessed.
Come.
Continue.
And he drave out the inhabitants of the mountain, but could not drive out the inhabitants of the valley, because they had chariots of iron.
So once again, Judah still didn't finish off the battle. Yeah. Judah still couldn't finish off the battle. They still didn't take them all the way out, but they took a significant chunk of the land and continued to claim westward and all the little spaces where the Canaanites and the Philistines were. So they were still doing their job, but the job still wasn't completed.
It wasn't complete.
So it wasn't the Most High who couldn't drive them out. It was Judah.
Yeah. Well, it was still the same thing. Remember we read in the Josephus last week.
Yeah.
That Josephus said it was going to take many invasions.
Yes.
To sit back and get the job done. So what they would have had to have done is regroup and reattack. Regroup and reattack.
Like everything we got.
But it kind of explains even how everybody has to deal with their personal battles. It will be easy to sit back here, identify an issue, and in 6 months the issue's gone. But as we know about life and reality of things, we have to continue to go break the things inside of us. We have to break it break it, go at breaking more, go at digging more pride, more fear, more anger, more negative outlook. It's a constant battle. And this is what breaks people. The fact that you got to keep going and breaking the things inside of yourself.
Keep rebuilding the same momentum.
Keep more rebuilding the same momentum. Keep attacking the flaws. Keep attacking the weakness. And it takes assault after assault after assault. But you know the reality is there's no comfort if that's the case.
Right.
Israel wants to sit back here, fight something in themselves, and just relax and be happy that we won and we made it. I don't got to revisit that anymore. But that was not how the Most High made life, made our circumstances. We had a great victory with Simeon, but we weren't all the way done. Now we were sitting back here closing in on the land.
So just because you may not find success in something doesn't mean that the Most High may have left you. It's just maybe more work required.
Exactly.
Quit you like me.
And all it's saying is that, listen, okay, we couldn't get these guys all the way out, so let's go back and strategize ways to break them.
Right.
But you know what that takes? Resolve. Maybe we need more men. Let's go back and bring a larger assault to finally break these dudes.
Or maybe we need to recalibrate their territory, because a lot of them dealt with those jagged rocks.
Yep.
We could deal with them in the plains all day, the valley all day. We start doing jagged rocks.
Mm-hmm.
Like this environment requires some type of adaptation.
And it says they have chariots of iron. So how can we sit back here and take down their fleet?
Yeah.
But it still is showing you that the more they progress, they found success. But now you have a greater challenge ahead of you.
Right.
Now I got to go back, recalibrate, and prepare myself for the greater challenge.
And also too,
Mm-hmm.
this is also as aspect of looking at the physicality of things, because when we deal with people, we had the Kenites. The Kenites were coppersmiths, so they were masters in copper. Whereas the Philistines had iron. Which metal is more superior? Which technology is more superior? Copper technology or iron technology?
Iron.
Iron's more superior. So listen, if we're fighting with copper, we're coming from a deficit. When it comes to maybe our technology, we gotta sit and regroup and then recalibrate and then find a way to deal with fighting people with superior weaponry. Look at Gad. Gad had to deal with Esau. Esau had guns. Gad had bows and arrows. Now we were still winning until we end up fighting ourselves with the Buffalo Soldiers, and Esau used Judah to break our own people. But we had to accept that in some military endeavors and some life endeavors, we had to deal with insufficient technology.
Huh?
I was pulling the Kenites were masters.
I heard that.
They were coppersmiths, and then the Philistines had iron. They're just different calibers of metal.
Well, that too. With all that being said, some of it you can look at on a military scenario. But the other thing is about just going back, regrouping, and going back to war and finishing them off.
Yeah.
It's still, when you're dealing with the spirit of fighting the battles in general, can I deal with the constant spirit of being uncomfortable?
That's crazy. So we just keep looking for, and you've been saying, y'all been saying it all day, we just keep looking for breaks.
That's the point.
You get the faith in this battle, faith without work is still.
And you're supposed to take the confidence that came from this battle
momentum
to propel you forward to the next battle.
Them and going.
But by nature, we want to sit back here, find a victory, high five each other, and go home. It's the nature that we think because we did something successful and we did something good, then that's where the effort and fight stops. The effort doesn't stop until there's no more wars. But guess what? There's never going to be a time where there's no more wars. And most of the time, people can't accept that notion. That it's always a battle.
I'm never going to have something for me.
But you know, or you will. You know what the thing is? You will have something for you, but the problem is this. You can't enjoy it because your mind should be focused on the next battle. That's how you ensure that your relationship with the Heavenly Father is at its purest form.
Or you become effeminate.
Exactly. Because if either I'm going to focus on my blessings or I'm going to focus on the power that gave me the blessings. That's the challenge. They couldn't just accept that, okay, you know, we won this battle. My land's going to be there. Let's regroup and then come back again. They didn't have to completely neglect their situation. They had to sit back and fight, regroup, reestablish the army, take a couple months to establish your business, and then let's go back out here and finish these son of a guns. But that constant onslaught or those constant waves of men weren't being sent out. Even Esau knows that. Okay, listen, we sent this group out for 6 months. Bring them back. Bring another crew out there.
Let's switch it up.
Then switch it up. So one group doesn't get burnt.
Yeah.
But the mindset that you're finished, you're not finished. And we never took the onslaught. Listen, we see it in our spirits. It's not just warfare, physical warfare. We don't fight the things in us consistent enough.
Right.
This is why Israel men, we get fat.
Yep.
We get out of shape. Why? We'll go through this crazy workout phase and then stop. Why the hell are you stopping? Because you want to take a break. Well, you know, there's consequences to taking a break. Now you got to work triply hard because you gained some pounds.
Or you eat healthy for a week and a half.
Yeah, and then you stop.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're constantly in a cycle of letting ourselves go, then working triply hard to counteract the fact that we let ourselves go. This is the nature of our people, and wonder why we can't sustain anything. So we had a victory and then went back and chilled. And they were the gold. Listen, Judah and Simeon was the gold standard of fighting battles, and they didn't even finish their battle. That's what's so crazy. Read on. Damn, this is horrible, man.
But could not drive out the inhabitants of the valley because they had chariots of iron.
It was a harder battle. They needed more faith, more preparation to get it done. Read on.
Verse 20. And they gave Hebron unto Caleb, as Moses said, and he expelled thence the 3 sons of Anak.
Okay, so they took out in Hebron, they were those giants. And Caleb got that entire land, as was talked about in Joshua. Read on.
And the children of Benjamin.
No, listen. Oh. Now let's go back. My fault. That's
Yeah,
my
I
fault.
also want to say from that point.
We're going to go back to the juice.
Sometimes you fight battles and you don't get the actual benefit of that battle till a longer period down the line.
Yeah.
Because he didn't get to enjoy that land until they were new endeavors.
Brother. So let's keep going, man.
Let's go.
Josephus.
Yeah. It's paragraph 3.
Thank you, bro.
Paragraph 3. For which reason they removed their camp to Hebron. And when they had taken it, they slew all the inhabitants. There were till then left the race of giants.
Because in Hebron, there were still those giants.
Right.
Okay, read on.
Who had bodies so large and countenances so entirely different from other men.
These guys' face, they look like damn ogres out. In a those big old cleft forehead giants out. These huge noses out.
Mm-hmm.
They were just different, weird, scary looking dudes out.
They had completely different energy than everybody else.
Listen, and there's another reason why they were tired of fighting, They were risking it all every day, B. And a lot of people don't like living their life risking it all every day.
So, we do it when it comes to drug game, man. Listen, we'll do it for negative. Well, I can't hear that excuse.
Yeah.
When it comes to negative, we understand. Hey, scare money don't make money. We say that. Becomes a negative endeavor. Yeah. We say, listen.
Or they do it when their backs are against the wall and it's life or death situations. Yeah. Then the courage kicks out.
Yeah.
When you're ahead, nobody wants to do it no more. But that's like the drug dealer. Listen, he's tough until he's got all this money.
Yes.
And is he taking those risks then?
Yeah,
and the little niggas do that shit. Like, y'all do it, huh? I'm not taking that risk.
I don't touch work.
I don't touch the work anymore. That's the point.
That's God,
yeah, listen, that's all gangster spirit. I ain't touching that work at.
Yeah.
It just shows where you are in your situation.
Yeah.
But let's continue. It's crazy.
So entirely different from other men that they were surprising to the sight and terrible to the hearing.
Oh, there's some crazy sounds, That's gross, And you had to kill these dudes. You had to take these guys out, Anyway, keep going.
The bones of these men are still shown to this very day.
And the Smithsonian gets rid of them. They have all these pictures of these.
You ever see those giant bones out?
Yeah, from the 1920s and 30s, and before that, they got these pictures of them out. Yeah. Their job is to conceal this because it shows and proves the Bible is a book of truth.
That was before the walk. I was like, that shit's fake, man. Ain't no way.
They keep finding them.
No,
They
I'm saying
keep finding
before,
these bones.
you
Okay.
know,
I get you. I thought it was fake too until they keep finding all these different bones and all this. If they expose this information, it validates and proves the Bible's true.
Yep.
So it doesn't behoove them to expose this. Keep reading.
But there were giants on earth.
God.
The bones of these men are still shown to this very day, unlike to any credible relations of other men. Now they gave the city to the Levites as an extraordinary reward, with the suburbs of 2,000 cities. But the land thereto belonging they gave as a free gift to Caleb, according to the injunctions of Moses.
Mm-hmm.
This Caleb was one of the spies which Moses sent into the land of Canaan. They also gave land for habitation to the posterity of Jethro,
Which were called the Kenites later on. Because don't forget, Moses wiped out all those Midianites. He wiped a lot of them out. Remember when he was pissed because the Midianites under Balaam were sitting back here and Balaam taught the Moabites how to deceive us and break us? Moses said, go to Midian and wipe those dudes out. And he did. But the Kenites were spared. Or the Midianites were spared that were the father-in-law of Moses. So these guys are Canaanites. They're now living in the land of Caleb also. Read on.
They also gave land for habitation to the posterity of Jethro, the Midianite, who was the father-in-law to Moses. For they had left their own country and followed them, and accompanied them in the wilderness.
They were part of that mixed multitude that followed Moses. Continue.
Paragraph 4. Then the tribes of Judah and Simeon took the cities which were in the mountainous part of Canaan, as also Askelon and Ashdod, of those that lay near the sea.
So they did take Ashdod. And this is all around the sea coast that was still Judah's land, but they hadn't taken it during the time of Joshua. Read on.
But Gaza and Ekron escaped them, for they, lying in flat country and having a great number of chariots, sorely galled those that attacked them. So these tribes, when they were grown very rich by this war, retired to their own cities and laid aside their weapons of war.
So there it goes. They got more money, and then they got more comfortable.
Yep.
Everybody has their price is the point.
Yeah.
Judah was just a little more hungry. Judah and Simeon was more hungry than the rest of the tribes. So they sat back here, because the truth is, when you sit back here and look at this land, it's this area occupied by Israel after the conquest. Salakia, we don't have it online, but all this yellow is land that was established by the Philistines. So now you got Ashdod and Askelon. They went and took all this was supposed to be theirs, but they didn't take all of that. So they had to fight for all that space. But they got very rich after that endeavor, and they chilled. They still chilled. They just had, their price was higher than everybody else's price. But they couldn't take out Ekron. Okay. Ekron was actually close. You're going to read about Ekron a little bit. Ekron was close to the land of Dan. And them boys put a whipping on Dan. We're going to read about that later. But they took a lot of land to the west that was theirs. And they got a couple victories, a couple W's, and they relaxed.
And it shows the condition of us being on a strategic level. Now we're surrounded by nations.
We're definitely surrounded by nations.
We're surrounded by nations.
We were supposed to take the whole West Coast and eliminate all these threats.
Yeah.
Once again, Judah and Simeon had a higher number than everybody else. They got rich again and got comfortable. So, now let's go back to, did you finish on paragraph 4, sir?
I did.
You did? Okay, let's go back to Judges chapter 1, verse 21 now.
Judges chapter 1, verse 21. And the children of Benjamin did not drive out the Jebusites that inhabited Jerusalem.
Now, we talked about earlier how Judah took out the guys in Jerusalem. Now, they probably took out southern Jerusalem because it was right on the border area. Northern Jerusalem wasn't overcome by the Benjamites. Read on.
But the Jebusites dwell with the children of Benjamin in Jerusalem unto this day.
Benjamin didn't want to fight. They were the next tribe up. You had Judah and Simeon in the south. It was supposed to be Benjamin. Then it was Ephraim and Dan. Then you had Manasseh. Then you sat back here at Asher far west, Zebulun, Naphtali, Issachar, and then eventually Dan up north. but nobody was trying to fight. Nobody was trying to fight. Let's jump to paragraph 5 in Josephus.
And so this is why you can never completely attach to your home.
God,
I just said.
We're going to that.
Okay.
But Josephus,
paragraph 5.
Mm-hmm.
But the Benjamites, to whom belonged Jerusalem.
So once again, we're at Antiquities of the Jews, book 5, chapter 2, paragraph 5. Read it again from the top.
But the Benjamites, to whom belonged Jerusalem, permitted its inhabitants to pay tribute.
Once again, let's just get this money and enjoy our land. And let's compromise having their presence around us for the sake of money. Read on.
So they all left off, the one to kill and the other to expose themselves to danger.
Exactly.
And had time to cultivate the ground.
So cultivating their ground and making their money was worth taking the risk of eventually this nation getting stronger and taking out their life. This was a life or death situation, but Israel didn't take it that way. They were more comfortable about their circumstances than just standing up and saying, man, these guys are right next door. We got to take these guys out. We can't permit their existence.
But didn't the Most High say it's nothing to make a man rich?
Yes. And Most High said he can make a rich man poor in an instant.
Right.
But they just didn't want to be uncomfortable out. It was all making more money and cultivating the ground. Versus sitting back here fighting and inconveniencing themselves for the sake of the Most High.
And I'm going to say this too. It comes back to the concept of, if I'm going to extend myself, if I'm going to bust my ass, I want to directly benefit me.
Yeah.
That's the mindset that Israel rolls in.
There wasn't a benefit to keep fighting.
Yeah.
In their heads.
If I'm gonna bust my ass, it's gonna be for me.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be for the nation.
Why keep losing? Why keep losing just for righteousness' sake?
Yeah.
To please the invisible power?
Because it shows there's an aspect of slothfulness. I jumped the gun. There's an aspect of slothfulness, right? Where we don't want to fight, right? But then we know farm labor is a whole other beast also.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll get up and you'll fight for you.
Yep.
But you won't fight for the people.
Okay. Yeah, but Most High, yeah. Can you move that book to the side, that green book?
Yeah, I got you right here.
It's taken away from the
slot.
It's fine.
All right, so it
that was a great point, though.
Well, we'll put our effort into us. We'll deck ourselves out. We'll deck our home out.
We'll work hard.
We'll do what's necessary. We'll put the spirit and effort into maintaining things that I can see have an immediate benefit for me.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm going to give my efforts and I can't see it benefits us as a group, oh no, I got to question that. It's not wisdom.
Yep, it's not.
That's when you have the conversation
perfect,
of it's not wisdom. It's not wisdom when it benefits the group, but it's wisdom when it benefits the individual.
Yeah, listen.
That's not wisdom at all.
Yep.
But
you're right.
When people read the scriptures and they
wait, you got to slow that down.
When
hold on, I want to repeat what you're saying. So you're saying that most Israel, it's not wisdom when you have to work hard so that the nation can be spiritually stable and financially stable.
That's not wisdom.
But it's wisdom to work my butt off, work my hands to the damn bone.
Yeah.
If it benefits me as an individual.
Come.
It's the truth. They'd rather cultivate land and do all that painstaking work to make their bread versus sitting back here and letting that just flow. The crazy thing is this: you can have your servants do that.
Exactly.
And you go to war.
The servants could do it.
They had servants. What are you talking about? It still was about being comfortable. They weren't out there busting their ass. They had servants.
But listen,
you had servants,
the excuse
and you had Canaanites over here doing this work too.
But this is the excuse. I have to go back and take. They're saying that, and they're at home, and their servants are doing the work. But when you talk to them, I gotta take care of this. I gotta take care of this. I gotta do what I gotta do.
I gotta make it. If I ain't there, it ain't getting done right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
That's our people fake work.
It's busy work. It's busy work.
Come on.
I'm doing busy work. I'm gonna go here, whoop to whoop to whoop to whoop. Go here, talk this talk.
I'm pretending to labor.
Yeah.
But the affairs of the nation, they're
I'm putting the back burner.
I want to put that effort and that energy on. I want to pass the buck to the next generation. I want to pass the buck.
It's not my problem. I got my
land. Here no more. I'm good. Listen. I'm happy where I'm at, bro. What are you talking about? We gotta keep this. We gotta keep going. Yeah, imagine the conversation brothers were having amongst themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. Why kill myself? Why risk my life? We already got the land. It was why risk my life? We already got our land and our blessing. These dudes are giants. They got these damn steel chariots.
It just shows
iron chariots. They have these crazy walls.
It shows why a person fights out.
Yeah.
And what some people were fighting because they believe in the Most High, and some people were fighting for themselves.
Well, most people were fighting just to get a home. Most people, what it shows is most people were fighting just to get an inheritance. And people weren't fighting because it was the right thing to do. It's the same thing amongst Israel. Israel, when their life is collapsing, then they come to class.
Yeah.
When their livelihood and their comfort is threatened, now I want to read the scriptures.
Yeah.
Now I want to participate in the work. For most people, if their life isn't jacked up or they're not unstable, I'm not doing this. I'm doing me.
For what?
Then they come to class to get powered up, to get confidence to fight their battle, to go live their life.
Yeah.
That's how it's been since as long as I've been in. Most people come to get something out the deal, and when the crises are averted, everything's good now. Now I'm going to come back to class. That is the aloofness and the negativity and selfish of mankind. The selfishness of mankind.
Yeah.
The only you're going to read this, you're going to see the same recurring thing. Everybody says, Lord, Lord, when their life is uncomfortable.
Yeah, Lord, Lord, I need you.
But when their life isn't uncomfortable, nobody's around. The only time you see Israel in two circumstances. Normally, I'm talking about as in, when you see all the faces. You see them for high holidays and in crisis.
9/11.
And that's a universal statement for everybody online, whether it's isbhpk Houston, Virginia, Rochester. It's the same damn thing. When it's extinction level event, people are here. When their life gets stable, they're not here. Or high holidays. But the Most High was trying to keep them fighting for the benefit of the nation. And I don't want to do that. Because I'm losing out on my time and what I got going on in my life.
I'm not motivated.
Because exactly. Because now we're what motivation. It's not just the desire to follow the laws. It's the desire to follow the laws, and it's also, you know what? Listen, why follow the laws? It even shows the motivation behind following the laws and following the Most High in general. I follow the laws. I'm all about the Torah when it benefits me. When it doesn't benefit me, I'm not going to sit back here and bust my ass for the Most High. This is the nature of man. It's that simple. And the sad thing is, everybody has a price. What's your price to get you to start slacking off and not pushing yourself? How much do you need in your bank account for you to stop giving to the program? How easy does your life have to be for you to start coasting? Because it was that second wave of fighting for Judah and Simeon for them to start coasting.
Yep.
With Benjamin, it was the first wave. That's all they needed. They weren't going to be fighting no more. Why push? Why take risks when I already got something not to deal? I'm telling you, I've been saying this for years in Israel. You don't even see what kind of man you got in the camp until he becomes an officer and has to be responsible for other people. Because that's when that transition kicks in. When you have to give more than what you're getting.
Yep.
When you first come to knowledge, from the time you come in to the time you become like an officer of 100 up, when you got to sit back here and start losing for men, is when you really realize if you got dedicated men in the work. Because most of the time, from the time you're a trooper or a member to the time you're 100 to a 500, it's all win. It's all come up, it's all win, it's all game. Now when you got to lose for the next set of young men, that's when men start peeling out. Because no longer do they get something out the deal. Now I got to lose for people. And that's when most cats say, you know what, man?
I didn't come here for that.
I didn't come here to give. I didn't come here to lose. I came here to gain. Everybody was gung-ho. It goes back to the time we was in the wilderness. When we didn't think we was going to get the kingdom or the land, we started wilding out. When we got the kingdom, we started wilding out. Because it was about the reward. Israel is selfish. And this is why even now the Most High is very hesitant as to how much he gives us on a blessing level. Because he knows our nature. It almost feels like he continues to dangle a carrot in front of us now.
He does. He has to.
Listen, he doesn't give you the whole kit and caboodle off rip. He keeps this damn magical flipping carrot in front of you to keep you humping, to keep you pushing. Because if he gives it to you, he knows you're going to sit back here and rest on your morals.
Yep.
And lay back and chill. So he purposely keeps you hungry to keep, so you can keep that spiritual edge to keep fighting.
Because he knows we don't believe we don't believe in fighting for the principle. We believe in fighting for the reward. Yes. He knows that.
We're not principle-orientated people. We want to get something out of the damn deal. So if he knows we want to get something out of the deal, then he has to stretch out these rewards long enough so actually some work can get accomplished. The Most High understands us better because we were being A-clowns from the time of Genesis all the way to present day. He's showing Israel's nature and our true motivation.
That's why Moses said, "You will utterly spoil yourself."
And can you be honest with that in yourself? What's your number? How much do you need to start slacking off in your life? And now you'll know why the Most High don't give it to you. He gives you just enough to keep pushing, because if you get too much, you're going to lax off even more than you already do. Because that's our nature. To get a little something and stop working. To get a little something and just celebrate every damn day.
That's true.
That's
when look at all the entertainers. That's all they doing is travel here, travel there. It's a party.
Everything's a party. Enjoy. Do bare minimum work. And maximize your fun.
Or you do the scary hours in the studio.
Yep.
Just to get I'm about to go to Cabo.
Yep.
Or I'm about to go to this mansion party.
It's for the reward. Yeah. It's never just to please the Heavenly Father. And that's the mindset he was always trying to get us to understand, and we never understood it. The happiness should be in embracing the next battle and the next challenge.
But we don't.
It's the exact opposite of human nature. Listen, the blessing is here. Let me keep working for the next blessing. But when I get the next blessing, let me fall in love with the pursuit.
But we do that every day. Like, there wouldn't be, I'm sure, a lot of long counsels if that was understood.
But that's the problem. And this is why Israel always has this cycle and dilemma of unhappiness. They want this, and this, but what they don't want to admit is if they got this, and this, you wouldn't see them around.
Exactly.
Or they'd give less, or they'd commit less, or they'd be less focused. Because that's the nature of man. You're not getting all these things, because if you got it, you'd utterly corrupt yourself.
And this is why I hate to go into this, but this is why marriages don't be making sense in Israel. Yeah. Because I want this good spiritual man, and when he puts demands on me, I can't handle it.
Yep.
But I don't want to get beat up all day. I don't want the guy that put the hands on me. I don't want the drug addict husband. I don't want the drug addict.
Yep.
I want the down low husband, which I get that one especially. You don't want the down low guy. You don't want the drug addict. You don't want the guy that can't handle his business. I respect that. Then you get the guy that's about righteousness. And that's not good enough.
I know.
That's not good enough. Because I can't get
my cake and eat it too.
But the guy that put hands on you, he let you talk a little bit, talk crazy. The guy that's D-Lo, he let you go party with your girls, live your life.
Keep your bread.
He let you live your life and do your thing.
Because while you're spending money and getting a makeup bag, guess what I'm doing?
Exactly.
I'm having my fun.
I'm having a good time.
Exactly. I'm wearing my makeup bag. That's the trade-off.
She's in the room. I gotta put her stuff back.
I know he keeps up in the storage. There's a storage unit that's set up for what he's rocking.
Exactly.
But what's the point we're saying? All we're explaining is the nature of Israelite people. The nature of Israelite people, we say Lord, Lord, Lord. But we say Lord, Lord, Lord because we want something out the deal. As soon as we get what we want, we stop working.
We're fake guys.
The sacrifice and the diligence is thrown out the door.
That's why Moses says, "Let thy love be without dissimulation." I get why I said that.
Like, love me without being fake about it.
Stop giving me some fake love.
Exactly.
We give the Most High a whole lot of fake love. I gotta pull this one scripture real quick. Yeah, Proverbs 21 verse 17.
Proverbs dancing.
I don't gotta do it, man.
Proverbs dancing.
Proverbs chapter 21 verse 17.
Most High don't like that fake love.
It's phenomenal.
He's tired of it.
He that loveth pleasure.
He that is what?
He that loveth pleasure.
Do I love the Most High? I love the Most High because
of the gifts I get.
I get something. I'm going to get some pleasure if I do this.
Yeah.
Read.
He that loveth pleasure shall be a poor man.
Shall be a what?
Shall be a poor
We
man.
curse the Most High when we have to deal with poverty. When we deal with poverty and losses, that's when we're mad why the Most High ain't coming through. We put it on the Most High like he ain't doing his job.
I know.
We put it on leadership.
Yeah.
We put on the Most High. We put on the white man especially. I had to laugh about this. It's partially him, but it's him because we didn't do our job in the first place. It still goes back to us.
It still goes back to us.
Cause I win my pleasures while the devil's above me. Right? Read on.
He that loveth wine.
He that loveth what?
Wine.
I gotta go home and get these grapes going on. I gotta get these orchards going. Read.
He that loveth wine and oil.
I gotta get my olive tree going. I'm self-absorbed in my personal endeavors. That's what kills camps. When men are into their personal pursuits more than camp pursuits, that's your oil, that's your wine. Read.
He that loveth wine and oil shall not be rich.
I'm not gonna benefit. I'm not gonna grow. We're not gonna grow until the camp's benefits and growth is more important than my own personal benefit and growth.
Yeah.
To the Most High's pleasures more important than my personal.
Because it still gets back to what gets you up in the morning.
Yeah.
What makes you happy?
Yeah.
Is making you happy about coming up? You should get past the desire to come up. The work should make you happy. The service should make you happy. And if that's not what makes you happy, that's where you got to fix. For sisters, serving the Most High should make you happy.
Yeah.
Not your husband buying you this or giving you this kind of attention.
He's smiling.
Your happiness should be about doing what's right in front of the Most High's eyes.
That's respected.
That's where the Most High is trying to sit back here and try the hearts of men. Because once again, the Most High gave us something of great magnitude, and immediately we didn't appreciate it.
Yeah.
It started with Adam.
Yeah.
He gave Adam the whole world and dominion over it, and he screwed it over. Now he gave Israel the whole land of Israel, and we're screwing it up immediately after the first leader dies.
Israel is very irresponsible. So are we wicked or are we irresponsible?
We're both.
We're both.
We're both. That's the point. It's not just we didn't break the simplistic
I broke the Torah.
We didn't follow the laws and commandments. We fell apart. It's not just that they broke the laws and commandments. Why did they break the laws and commandments? Because following the laws and commandments wasn't convenient anymore to them. You weren't going to get anything out of being in that discipline anymore because you got the reward. So it was about despising discipline. Not learning how to love discipline and sacrifice. That's how you keep the blessing.
Wow.
If I accept the spirit of discipline in my life, the law is nothing. The law is not hard. The law just requires you to be disciplined. So if I realize the key to making the Most High happy is embracing discipline in all aspects of my life, that means I can't get over caught up with my blessing. I have to get caught up in the maintenancing of my spirit and the discipline required to stay on top of myself. But Israel doesn't love discipline.
Right.
It tells you about wisdom. You can't get wisdom unless you desire discipline.
That's true.
You can't keep improving and growing unless you love to desire wisdom. You have to love the restraints that come from pursuing the Heavenly Father. We want the breaks and the wins. We don't want to lose nothing. We want all the benefits of the Most High without sacrificing a damn thing. You have something, not?
That was verse 20 where y'all said.
God. Go to verse 20.
There is treasure to be desired and oil in the dwelling of the wise.
So he says, okay, read again, keep going.
There's treasure to be desired and oil in the dwelling of the wise.
Listen, you have more than enough treasure in the pursuit of wisdom. Your treasure should be, and your oil should be in the pursuit of wisdom. Read on.
But a foolish man spendeth it up.
Because a foolish man just burns resources. A foolish man burns resources. A wise man understands how to always get the resources. You always get the spiritual resources, the spiritual blessings, by learning how to give yourself to the spirit of discipline. That's what we could have overcame all of this. I have to stay on top of myself. That means we got to keep fighting. We got to keep going to war. That's how I stay humble.
And a wise man and scale up the city of the mighty.
And the crazy thing is this. The Most High always wanted this. You know why it's so important to keep pushing for new disciplines and new endeavors? That way I continue to keep searching for Him. There was no need to search the Most High anymore in our head. We had everything we wanted.
You know what?
We had all these dope ass furniture. But listen, it wasn't like there was. Listen, you ever see those old images of Jerusalem? It's just sand and these little, and it's like it looked like they were like 600 square feet houses. What kind of bullshit is this? That's how it looks. Like it was some 600 square feet piece of shit shack. They was getting furniture out. They was inhabiting lands of giants. Wasn't no 600-foot damn some damn 600-foot damn igloo hut.
Yeah.
It wasn't that.
High ceilings that they have today.
Listen, we had quality establishments. But you know what the crazy thing is? It wasn't about the quality establishment. We were supposed to sit back here, get these lands, and understand what it takes to keep the Most High's attention going. But we made our God what we had in our land. Versus finding out, this is why the Most High in Ecclesiastes, Esdras, maybe it was Wisdom of Solomon, talked about how we served the creature more than the creator. We serve all the blessings the Most High gave us versus the actual power that gives it. Yeah. And the way to serve the Most High is to keep inconveniencing yourself, to keep we have to keep forcibly putting ourselves in arenas where we depend on Him. We don't want to do that because that's an uncomfortable life.
That sucks.
But that's what He wants.
Sucks.
I got to keep putting myself in circumstances where I need the Most High to come through for me.
Exactly.
Almost 125.
It wasn't that. It was something in. I know what you're saying. Like to serve the creature more than the creator. It was that is a verse, but the one I was looking for was an entire chapter in the Apocrypha that deals with the fact that we were, if it was the sun or the waters or the earth, we was all caught up into all that versus the power that gave it to us. But the way to do that, you know what's crazy? The Most High kept sitting back here and having to put us in life or death, uncomfortable situations for us to serve Him. When all we had to do was to continue to inconvenience ourselves to depend on Him, and He would have kept blessing us. Oh, listen. Always telling people, listen, man, we got to take out this fortified city. The Most High, we know we need it. The Most High wants us to do it. Let's keep creating challenges to serve the Most High on a greater level. Anyway, let's read Antiquities of the Jews, book 5, chapter 2, paragraph 5 again.
We're in the middle of paragraph 5.
Let's start from the top.
Paragraph 5. But the Benjamites, to whom belonged Jerusalem, permitted its inhabitants to pay tribute. So they all left off, the one to kill, and the other to expose themselves to danger.
So what it means, they left off? They decided not to sit back here and kill. And they decided not to sit back here and put themselves in dangerous situations. Why put my life on the line when I already got this? Why risk losing my family and losing my land to keep fighting? That's wisdom. The wise play is not to extend yourself. That's not smart. Why fight these goddamn barbarians? The wise thing is to sit back and just let it play out. That's wise. Because that's what people call wisdom. Being lazy. Being comfortable. People misconstrue being lazy and they call it wisdom. I'm the smartest guy in the room. No, that's not wise. Sit back here and put yourself on the line. You got to preserve yourself for the long run. That's how these quote unquote wise guys think. They're really lazy guys. Continue. Dang. Okay, that's fine. We're never gonna get through this, and that's fine. That's fine. I'm not mad. We might just go through one of the judges, but keep going.
Proverbs 11 and 18.
But I think it's important that we do this.
And then the point I wanted to hit was the verse 28. So 11, 18, and then 28.
Proverbs chapter 11, verse 18. The wicked worketh a deceitful work.
Now go to verse 16.
Verse 16. A gracious woman retaineth honor.
So a gracious woman retains honor. They can preserve their honor. Their methods, their tactics, what they do retains honor and dignity in Israel. They carry themselves a certain way. Read. Let's say you know a strong woman by how she carries herself. Not just in public, but behind closed doors. Read.
And strong men.
And do what? And what?
And strong
You
men.
can tell a man's on point and a man's strong because he can do what?
Retain riches.
He can retain values. A strong man retains the value. They don't throw the values away because now they got something to enjoy. They don't throw the whole reason, the whole premise of how we got here. They don't throw the map away because they made the location.
Mm-hmm.
Is that clear? Now go to verse
28.
28.
He that trusteth in his riches.
Stop right there. This is Israel's problem. We get something and we start to trust in it. I think this money's always going to be here. I think this house is always going to be here. I think this woman's always going to be here. I think my comfort is always going to be here. I start trusting in my riches.
Mm.
In exchange, I let go of what really matters. I start letting go of the real riches that I was given by the Most High, which is the discipline I was given to get here. Read.
He that trusteth in his riches shall fall.
Shall what?
Shall fall.
I slow down, take my foot off the gas, stop being disciplined, stop looking at the map, stop retaining the responsibilities I was given since my youth. Because I want to trust I trust his riches are all going to be here. Read.
That trust definition.
Yeah.
Trust is confidence, a reliance, or resting of the mind
Wow.
on the integrity. They said that thing.
Yeah. I rest my mind on my riches. My mind on my money, my money on my mind. I'm comfortable now. I trust this. I trust this land's going to be here. This river's going to be here. This money's going to be here. I'm straight. I'm good. Read. Just think about it.
You know, the greatest thing is it's another reminder why the Most High isn't quick to give us the things we want in life.
Mm-hmm.
We're always perplexed as to why the Most High doesn't send me this or that. How come He doesn't give me this level of stability? How come the Most High doesn't give me that type of stability? He doesn't give it because He knows our nature.
Yeah.
Our nature is to put our foot off the gas based upon how much I already have in my life. What you gonna say?
That was the other definition too, to add to your point. To commit to the care of in confidence.
Wow. So I have confidence and I have care for my riches. I care about these riches.
To commit to it.
I'm committed to these riches more than I'm committed to the disciplines the Most High told me to do and keep. Our commitment shifts.
Mm-hmm.
We get to a certain monetary status or a certain physical status or a certain just relationship status.
Mm-hmm.
And then you know what? My commitment shifts. Like you went in that class about being effeminate.
Mm-hmm.
An effeminate man has a what affinity? He has multiple allegiances. His allegiances shift. My
It
allegiances
chooses to cause uncertain affinities because there is not one affinity. Now all of a sudden I'm partial to this, my home. I'm super partial to my family, and the work comes third now.
Yeah.
Easily manipulated.
The camp was first.
The work was first.
The work was first, and then things shift.
My allegiances shift.
Come.
My priorities shift. My values shift.
And because there's a shifting in commitment, there will be a shifting later on in your living situation, in your marital situation, in your financial situation, in your health situation, because you trusted in riches.
And that was what the Most High was like, listen, our value and what we cared about had to always be that of the Heavenly Father. It had to be that. But you know what we want to do? We want to be comfortable out here. We chose comfortable. We're going to read what the Most High did to Israel because they chose comfort. And all the riches that we chose, very shortly after we got rich, we became broke within a generation or two. All that familial wealth was gone, bro. Very soon.
Can't stop working.
And the black man complains about we don't have generational wealth.
Well, we screwed the pooch a bunch of times with generational wealth. When we had generational wealth, we couldn't keep it because we were lazy and effeminate and made it just about the generational wealth.
That's short-sighted.
And not about pleasing the Most High.
That black stuff, so you telling me the black bank's not going to work?
No,
that
it's
black
not.
big
The
idea
black
is
bank
not going to work out.
Listen, unless
Damn.
you know, it's crazy because we have to incorporate spiritual, biblical foundations on top of implementing the business the smart business
Place.
discipline structure. It's the combination.
Yeah.
That was done. The definition said it's equal in strength. To believe that it's equal in strength to what the Most High is offering.
We think the Shekoyim and what we had physically was equal to the strength of pleasing the Heavenly Father. So there was no need. Because once I have the blessings, what was the need of serving the Most High? And that's how our mind is now, though. It's not just these crazy Israelites. What did these zany guys do in the book of Judges? They were just so foolish. No. What it's showing you is once you get what you want, you stop fighting. Once you get what you want, you stop fighting to please the Heavenly Father. The Most High is no longer important.
And this is the problem. The reason why we're repeating these concepts so often is because Israel lives in denial. Israel lives in the spirit of denial. When you tell them this in council, they don't want to believe it.
Nope.
Until they're on the brink of complete
collapse.
Then
all of a sudden,
men believe everything you say.
Now I want to read the Bible now. Now I'm going to listen to counsel. I'm all ears to counsel. I stand to lose everything. But when I wasn't losing anything, people don't take shit serious unless the sky's falling.
Yeah. Brother, I mean, the council after council, brother look like this. Can I go home now? Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, you that cocky.
Yeah.
Cool.
Go for it.
Go home, man.
When your shit falls apart, then you know what? We'll see what you're talking at that particular time.
It comes across like we hope people fall. No. We're not hoping people fall. We're just telling you.
We hope you learn your lesson.
We told this is going to happen if you don't learn this lesson now.
Yeah.
This goes for wives, husbands, and children that are coming from this knowledge too. Y'all don't have a lot of time to not take the truth.
Figure it out.
Y'all don't have as much time as we had. We had a couple of decades to figure it out. Y'all have even less time. So you have to be that much more really serious about this growth more than anybody else. We don't? Well, we're done with that point.
Let's keep going in Joseph.
I don't know the rest of the
Let's continue in Josephus, sir.
It's important to frame this book before we even go into that.
Yeah.
People gotta see what we're going into.
Yeah.
Book 5, chapter 2, paragraph 5. But the Benjamites, to whom belonged Jerusalem, permitted its inhabitants to pay tribute. So they all left off, the one to kill and the other to expose themselves to danger, and had time to cultivate the ground.
So what they're saying is, I eliminated all the difficulty of pushing forward and finishing what we started, so I can make my bread and maximize my experience in my home. Read on.
The rest of the tribes imitated that of Benjamin.
Oh, so you're telling me that people lock into the weakest decision?
And what it shows you is this: you can have. Listen, they just saw Judah expand their empire and Simeon expand their empire, but they also saw one guy take the easy route, or one tribe take the easy route, two tribes take the strong route. So what do? You take the fucking soft route. And this is why, as leaders, you can't have this miry clay kingdom. You can't have two guys that are about, or four guys that are about weakness and five guys that are about strength up at the top. People have to see a solidarity of strength or have it be a solidarity of weakness. You can't mix it up because you water down the flock.
You can't mix it to fix it out.
The flock wants to see a weak out anyway, so you can't show them a weak out at the top. You show them 1 week out of 4, they're going to choose the week out.
Every time.
You can have 6 guys that are potent up top. One guy that wants to sit back here and push weakness, they're going to push the weakness every single time. And the more you allow weak influences to muddle in and mix in with the strength, you just water down the body. History has told us this countless times. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
It's insane, but it's the truth. So all the tribes saw that Benjamin took a chill pill, and then nobody else pushed. Keep going.
The rest of the tribes imitated that of Benjamin and did the same. And contenting themselves.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I'm content with y'all just paying me.
I content myself. Right?
Not realizing that these guys were going to sit back and gear up to come back and smack us.
Like, you don't think that they're like, they got upset, but they losing their cousins, their grandma.
They lost their families. They lost their ancestral homes. We kicked them out into corners and crevices in the mountains. They're like, F these dudes, huh?
They're living cold. They're out there cold, out freezing, out mad as hell.
Having to rebuild, huh? And you think that's not, they gonna forget that?
Listen, bro.
Come on, bro. Man. Peter says, never trust thy enemy. As iron rusteth. Listen, iron for sure rust. Just like the enemy's going to always want to get back at you. Now we're going to sit back and intermarry and act like everything's cool?
That's stupid.
Mazel tov! It's dumb, Mike. Anyway.
Hey, that was the past. Let's just get over it.
Yeah.
You know.
We're the only fools to do that shit. We're the only homeboy slaves in America acting like let bygones be bygones. The nations don't be. Esau don't forget about the Holocaust. Ever.
Yeah, white man always says this. He says slavery was a long time ago.
But they'll also say slavery was a long time ago. But they'll say remember the Alamo.
Exactly.
They'll say that don't forget the Holocaust. They won't forget about Hitler.
They say don't forget 9/11. They'll say
they won't forget about 9/11. Like, what are you talking about? You're such a liar, huh?
To help with that mindset that the enemy will never change is that iron and rust thing. Oxygen is what causes iron to rust. Oxygen is always
ever present.
Yeah.
Their hatred for us is always ever present, and there's no getting around that fact. But you know, but we don't care about what's going to happen in 10, 15 years. We care about the now. Living our life to the fullest now, YOLO.
Yeah.
Cause they were like, you know what, man? I was I was in the woods, in the wilderness. I'm living my life out.
Yeah.
Or that next generation's kicking in, saying, you know what, man? I ain't never suffered.
Yeah.
I'm spoiled rotten.
Living better now, coochie sweater now. We really do that.
Coochie sweater.
We really. That's a Hebrewism, huh? We get caught in
living better now, coochie sweater now.
Why people love this guy so much?
I'm a man, girlfriend.
He's saying everything that people love. He's embraced. The people love this guy because he embraces and epitomizes their mind frame.
Yeah, right.
I'm living better. I went from negative to positive.
It is all
good.
It's all good.
And it is going to celebrate.
Hey, if you don't know, now you know.
He just did so much good.
Everybody is winning. Everybody has Cristal. Everybody has your own bottle of Cristal. Enjoy it.
Birthdays was the worst.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Now we sip champagne when we thirsty.
Meanwhile, the Philistines like this. These niggas took everything.
They are going to die. We just got to organize, tighten up.
Smile.
We're going to deal with
when
these
they walk
guys.
by, smile. And don't show no anger. Nobody showing. We gotta get a couple months. We gotta
get these guys comfortable. Yeah. Raise up these generations.
It's like that brother was trying to hunt down quick. Oh, kill this.
Yeah. Yep. He had to wait until the right time to get him, huh? Oh, he killed my brother. Wasn't it? He killed his brothers, huh? Yeah. That's what it was. But let's continue though. Right? So they would content themselves. Read on.
And contenting themselves with the tributes that were paid them, permitted the Canaanites to live in peace.
Now we hold that, and go back to Judges chapter 1, verse 22.
Judges chapter 1, verse 22. And the house of Joseph, they also went up against Bethel. And the Most High was with them.
Okay.
And the house of Joseph sent to discreet Bethel. Now the name of the city before was Luz, or Luz.
Okay.
And the spies saw a man.
So it said that the house of Joseph sent to describe Bethel. Describe means to spy, to examine it. So the house of Joseph sent to spy on Bethel. Ephraim did. Read on.
Verse 24. And the spies saw a man come forth out of the city. And they said unto him, Show us, we pray thee, the entrance into the city, and we will show thee mercy. And when he showed them the entrance into the city, they smote the city with the edge of the sword, but they let go the man and all his family.
Mm-hmm.
And the man went into the land of the Hittites, and built a city, and called the name thereof Luz.
Okay.
Which is the name thereof unto this day.
So the Ephraimites let that man and his family go, because they let him into the city and took out the city. Read on.
Neither did Manasseh drive out the inhabitants of Beth Shehan and her towns, nor Tanakh and her towns, nor the inhabitants of Dor and her towns, nor the inhabitants of Ibelam and her towns, nor the inhabitants of Megiddo and her towns, but the Canaanites would dwell in that land.
Okay, so he says Ephraim took out one city. Ephraim took out one city, but Manasseh didn't do nothing. Now we jump into paragraph 6.
Book 5, chapter 2, paragraph 6. However, the tribe of Ephraim, when they besieged Bethel, made no advance nor performed anything worthy of the time they spent, and of the pains they took about that siege.
Oh, so they wasted time or what?
Listen, read it from the top again.
I missed it.
Paragraph 6. However, the tribe of Ephraim, when they besieged Bethel, made no advance, nor performed anything worthy of the time they spent, and of the pains they took about that siege.
Read on.
Yet did they persist in it, still sitting down before the city, though they endured great trouble thereby. But after some time, they caught one of the citizens that came to them to get necessaries.
So pretty much they were waiting a long time to even sit back here and get into the kingdom, into the land. They took a long time spying it and doing reconnaissance. Read on.
And they gave him some assurances that, if he would deliver up the city to them, they would preserve him and his kindred. So he sware that, upon those terms, he would put the city into their hands. Accordingly, he that thus betrayed the city was preserved with his family. And the Israelites slew all the inhabitants and retained the city for themselves.
Don't forget, listen, Ephraim did this. Don't forget, Ephraim was complaining to Joseph that they didn't get no land. Remember that? Listen, Ephraim was the one saying, "Man, we got this shit under the stick. Manasseh got all this land. We didn't get no damn land." And what did Joseph tell him? Go fight. Go cut down these trees and take out these dudes.
Yeah. So they fought. They fought for that.
Because they had to. They didn't have enough land. They didn't think they had enough land, so they did that out of necessity.
Once again, it's the spirit. The scripture says it's not the most high out of necessity.
Yep.
But willingly,
they did it because they needed the land. The tribes who had enough land they didn't do nothing. But Judah felt they needed some more land because their land was cut down pretty damn short. Look at this land when Joshua took it over. That was all this was Judah right here. All that was supposed to be Judah. That's a lot of land not to be taken. Look at this. All this land here was supposed to be Judah. This white, that was supposed to be Judah.
So
they had a lot of work to do. And Simeon had this. So they didn't have no land. They had to go fight for it because they didn't have nothing. So they sat back and pushed them back, and then when they got their fill, they chilled. Ephraim was complaining about how much land they had, so that convinced them they had to go fight. But the cats who were comfortable, they didn't fight.
That's crazy.
Now we go. Did we finish that verse?
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Paragraph 7.
Yeah, no, not yet. Let's go back to the scriptures now. And go to Judges chapter 1, verse 28 now. No, is it? Yeah. It's 28, yeah.
Verse 28. And it came to pass, when Israel was strong, that they put the Canaanites to tribute, and did not utterly drive them out.
This is with Manasseh. Read on.
Neither did Ephraim drive out the Canaanites that dwelt in Gezer, but the Canaanites dwelt in Gezer among them.
So Ephraim didn't take all the cities out. They just took the one that they really needed, or they really wanted. Read on.
Verse 30. Neither did Zebulun drive out the inhabitants of Kitron, nor the inhabitants of Nahalol, but the Canaanites dwelt among them and became tributaries. Neither did Asher drive out the inhabitants of Akko, nor the inhabitants of Zidon.
What's dumb? They didn't take out the river cities. I mean the ocean cities, the port cities. Asher didn't take out the whole port city. They didn't keep the stronghold that made that area potent. Oh, you can keep Sidon. What? Tyre and Zidon was what made that area potent. Right off the coast.
Then the most I say, everywhere we tread our feet is ours.
It was supposed to be, but they didn't take it. Listen, I want to show you, because when you see, look at what it was supposed to be, and look at what it was. The one you have on your right hand was what was when we conquered. Yeah, that one. When we conquered, all that white space was the area that hadn't been overcome by the Jews yet. If you look on the left, that was how the land was allotted. But we didn't finish the damn jobs.
Wow.
The land on the page on the left was what was promised to us.
Wow.
On the right was the work we had to get done to fulfill the promise of the land that was allotted to us. We didn't fight. We got our little pieces of land and we were chilling out. And that's the discrepancy. You see, all that coastland wasn't taken out, wasn't done. On top of there were cities inside of the other lands that weren't accomplished either.
So this shows that we leave things undone.
We leave things undone because it's not beneficial to us to do it. It's not fleshly conducive to our happiness. All right. So now we're at verse 31 again. Let's do 31 again.
Verse 31. Neither did Asher drive out the inhabitants of Akko, nor the inhabitants of Zidon, nor of Alab, nor of Achzib, nor of Helbah, nor of Aphik, nor of Rehob.
Asher left a lot of lands uninhabited, or inhabited by the Canaanites. Read on.
But the Asherites dwelt among the Canaanites, the inhabitants of the land, for they did not drive them out.
They didn't even say that they made them pay tribute. They just let them live with them.
What is happening?
They didn't sit back here and even make them spend bread.
Asher just happy, man.
Yeah. Read on.
Happy to be here.
Verse 33.
It's horrible, bro.
Neither did Naphtali drive out the inhabitants of Beth Shemesh, nor the inhabitants of Beth Anath, but he dwelt among the Canaanites.
Listen.
It's weak,
It's not hard to see why Israel went to idols.
brother.
These people were right down the street.
We were soft-minded, and it was right down the street. Asher didn't even get paid out the deal. Asher didn't get paid out the deal. That's even crazier. This is all of our land.
You know, it shows varying degrees of caliber.
Exactly.
It still shows the most
varying degrees of weakness.
Of weakness.
Yeah, bro.
They're not caliber. Weakness. There's different degrees of weakness.
Dross.
That's horrible, bro. Keep going, So the
middle
valley.
of Oh, sir.
Keep going.
But, the middle of verse 33, but he dwelt among the Canaanites, the inhabitants of the land. Nevertheless, the inhabitants of Beth Shemesh and of Beth Anath became tributaries unto them.
At least they made them pay. Asher didn't let nobody pay. Everything was free. Read on.
Verse 34, and the Amorites forced the children of Dan into the mountain, for they would not suffer them to come down to the valley.
Listen, this is where it got crazy. Listen, Ham said, no, we're going to kick Dan's ass and get these dudes off our land.
Get them out. We got these.
You don't think Israel heard the reports of what's happening? Dan got their ass kicked and got kicked out to space. They had to head to the hills and run to the mountains. They forced Dan into the mountains.
It's like crazy.
That's crazy. Nobody said nothing. Nobody came to their aid.
We chilling.
Everybody was chilling. That's insanity.
Here. I got my
Listen, bro.
I'm disturbed.
Y'all niggas should have sat back and fought. Hey, my
All
brother.
right, that's
I'm
on
making
them.
my
That's
money.
on them. They ain't do what they supposed to.
Don't forget, Dan was right above Judah.
That's messed up.
Dan was right above Judah and to the west of Ephraim. It was in that, they were on the west in that heavy area where the Philistines were flexing and rolling hard. Dan was on the west coast.
Isn't it like the nature of Israel? It's like, even your own people. It's like, you know what? Man, it's on them, man.
But the question is this. The question any logical person would say is this. If these Philistines took over Dan, you don't think these niggas going to try to take us over?
Right.
What would make me think, having these guys pay tribute, they're going? You don't think they're going to want to rise up against us too?
I'm keeping him in check.
Yeah.
Like, dude, Dan was doing the same thing you was doing. They got their ass smoked.
It's pride.
They weren't good at
Maybe.
Some people aren't good at being weak. Some people aren't good at doing the weak choice.
See, they just didn't manage this shit properly. I would have stayed on top of them hard and broke their spirit.
Yeah, right.
That's
if it
horrible.
was me, spirit.
If that was me, I wouldn't have let them get away with this. I wouldn't let them get away with this. I want to go to this story about Dan.
Keep them under your boot, man.
Read verse 34 through 36, and we're going to jump and talk the story real quick.
Verse 34. And the Amorites forced the children of Dan into the mountain, for they would not suffer them to come down to the valley.
If y'all come down, you're dead. You don't remember it said about how Judah couldn't deal. They couldn't take Ekron out because they were in the valley and they had those steel they had those iron chariots. This is that damn valley. This is part of that valley. These dudes was running out Dan. They were in that same valley in Ekron. Read on.
Verse 35. But the Amorites would dwell in Mount Ares, in Aij Alan, and in Shalabim. Yet the hand of the house of Joseph prevailed, so that they became tributaries.
So they obviously, these Amorites or these Hamites, whatever ites they were, they ran off Dan, but Dan is right next to Ephraim. So Ephraim defended these guys and made them tributaries on the east, but they ran Dan off to the mountains on the west. You had Dan that was supposed to start from the west to partial central, and Ephraim's from here to here. Then you had Benjamin, then you had Judah, and you had Simeon. Okay? So Dan got ran off. Ephraim sat back here and preserved any land that was coming close to them. I'm going to show you again. You had Dan and you had Ephraim. They were right next to each other. So they ran Dan off. They tried to go east. Ephraim cut him off to the edge to not let them get into their land. But they didn't help Dan. Dan got ran off.
Damn.
Okay? Because this land was where they were strong. Okay, we're gonna read on.
Verse 36. And the coast of the Amorites was from the going up of Akrabim, from the rock and upward.
That coast, the Philistines and Amorites had locked down. And it was unfortunate Dan couldn't fend off these cats on the coast. They weren't giving that coast off because Israel wasn't unified and fortified and in the spirit of fighting anyway. So, hold that and go to Antiquities of the Jews, book 5, chapter 3, verse 1, paragraph 1.
Chapter 3.
It's Antiquities of the Jews, book 5, chapter 3, paragraph 1.
Okay. Book 5, chapter 3, paragraph 1. How the Israelites, after this misfortune, grew wicked.
Oh, right there. That's the point. Because when results don't go favorably, our real heart comes out.
Yep.
When you don't buy her that piece of jewelry, how you feel comes out. When but don't get promotion, how you feel comes out.
Yep.
When Israel as a whole don't get what they want, then how they really feel comes out. You don't know how somebody feels until they hear the word no.
Yep.
Or if they don't get the results they want, then their real spirit comes out. This is human nature.
Yep.
Right?
All facts, bro.
How the Israelites, after this misfortune, grew wicked and served the
I don't want to
Assyrians.
go into the serve part, but keep going.
Okay.
Let's just read paragraph 1.
Okay. Paragraph 1.
Yeah.
Now it happened that the tribe of Dan suffered in like manner with the tribe of Benjamin. And it came to do so on the occasion following. When the Israelites had already left off the exercise of their arms of war, and were intent upon their husbandry.
Oh, they left off that's once like a word brought out. They left off the disciplines that got them where they're at.
Mm-hmm.
Read on.
The Canaanites despised them.
Of course. Who wouldn't, huh?
Because you guys took our ancestral land. Read on.
And brought together an army, not because they expected to suffer by them, but because they had a mind to have a sure prospect of treating the Hebrews ill when they pleased.
They said, we're going to get these dudes out. We can take them. We're going to take them. Read on.
And might thereby, for the time to come, dwell in their own cities the more securely. They prepared therefore their chariots, and gathered their soldiery together. Their cities also combined together,
Unified.
and drew over to them Ascalon and Ekron.
So listen, they said Judah took out Ashkelon, right? Ashkelon wasn't completely taken over. And Ekron was that location, where we said earlier, that had those chariots of iron. So Ashkelon merged with Ekron, and they sat back here and took the land that was directly north of Judah. They knew they couldn't take Judah out, but they could take Dan that was slipping. We're going to take these Danite boys and get ourselves together. Right? It's crazy. Right?
We're going to get a victory.
Yeah, we're going to go north and take these boys out. Read on.
And drew over to them Ascalon and Ekron, which were within the tribe of Judah.
Like I said, they sat back here and got these Philistines from in the Judite territory and went north and took Dan out. Read on.
And many more of those that lay in the plain. They also forced the Danites to fly into the mountains.
Remember it said Judah. Listen, what Judah couldn't finish, they couldn't go on. They said Judah couldn't take out the Philistines in the plains. What Judah couldn't do, they built up stronger and they took out their brothers. It goes back into when you're selfish and you don't finish your battle because you're good, it still affects your people.
Yeah, it's true.
If they would have sat back here and rallied forces, if they would have said, listen, Dan, me and you need to come together to take these boys out. Because they're right on the south of you and they're right in the middle of our situation. Let's come together and fight in mutual interest to take out these dudes. If they would have came together, they would have finished them off. All Judah was, Simeon, y'all helped us do this and this. Y'all chill. Let's bring Dan. These guys are fresh. They were good in war. It tells you about that in the scriptures. Dan had warriors. Judah and Dan, let's take these boys in the damn valley. Or listen, Simeon, Judah, and Dan, let's take these valley dudes out, wipe them out, and clear this whole space. But they was all in their own little heads, in their own little world, man. Read on.
They also forced the Danites to fly into the mountains.
They ran these niggas out to the mountains. Read on.
And left them not the least portion of the plain country to set their foot on.
So what that means, you're living uncomfortable. You're eating roots and juniper roots and berries, and you're struggling. You're in the woods now, bro. Your whole life is turned upside down. Don't forget, just earlier, the Jews were running the damn Hamites to the mountains. Now the Hamites or Philistines are taking the Jews to the mountains?
It shows the situation's changed. We don't fight.
And it's changing. And all that slothfulness and ease is coming to bite them.
Yep.
Read on.
Since 178. Since then, these Danites were not able to fight them, and had not land enough to sustain them, they sent 5 of their men into the midland country to seek for a land to which they might remove their habitation.
I want you to look at where Dan ended up. So, listen, this is where Dan was. This is where Dan ended up, right? It went always to the tippity top of the land, right? They got kicked, they got their ass kicked. And they got ran to the top, right? Above Galilee. Now it talks about this in Joshua.
Several tribes.
I know that. Get your ass up there. This is our land. This is our inheritance. Damn. It tells you about that in Joshua. How Dan went and found that spot up north. They did.
Why would you own people like that, man?
Because everybody was for themselves. They were cultivating their land. You think I'm gonna give my cultivated land to these dudes?
Nope.
This is my money. This is my bread.
It's just selfishness.
When we get increases, we get blessings.
We get more.
Always forget about our own people.
When we get more, exactly. When we get more selfish.
Man.
Yes,
we're like that to this day.
And they're saying you should have lost to these damn dudes. There's no unity.
It's wrong.
There's no unity. Why'd you lose to these Hamites? That's your fault.
No compassion.
And all Ephraim did was secure their borders.
Yeah, it's okay.
Ephraim was right next to Dan.
I got nothing for you.
Listen, they secured their borders, and that was it. They could have pushed them through and helped them out too. They were their neighbors.
You know they was asking for help.
This is bad government.
You know they was asking for help.
It was all every man for themselves.
This is bad government, though.
There was nobody to lead.
This is bad government. The tribes are garbage. This is really bad, like central.
Every man for yourself, B.
Damn.
That's horrible, It was bad government, no unity. Nobody was bringing everybody together because everybody was about themselves.
That's crazy.
And it wasn't about the nation. It wasn't about the people.
No, they was asking for help.
Yes.
Help us. Help
They're
us.
in the mountains. It's cold.
Help us.
Too bad,
It's cold.
Go fight them.
Hey, send 5 men up there and find a place that's uninhabited, bro. That's the answer.
Man.
Get out of here.
Get out of here.
Go. And to make that long ass trek up there, right? All the remaining people. And they had nothing. They got kicked out of their homes. Where's their bread? Where's their land?
Nothing.
They are starting from scratch. But it was an evidence of
They're
what was
almost
to
back in
come.
wilderness.
It was evidence of what was to come for the whole nation, right?
Yeah.
So no one was. So after Joshua, I mean, from what we read, I mean, no one was actually identified to be the next.
Until nothing happened. Oh, listen, it talks about earlier in Judges how Othniel,
Right.
he sat back and led Judah.
Oh, right. Okay.
But that was it. And Othniel didn't sit back here and take the initiative to go further than that until some catastrophe happened.
This is the second generation, right?
But
This is the
even
second
with
generation.
these judges, they were just really over certain sections of the people.
Yep.
When you deal with Deborah and Barak, they were up north. You had Othniel was in Judah. Ehud was in damn Benjamin land. It still wasn't a unified group. They weren't unified.
Is this one of those situations where like the Most High would lavish a calamity? Like,
Yes, because after we read this, we're going to go into why all this was happening. Now we know down the line that Dan was that adder in the path, and they were the ones really pushing that idolatry. So we know that they had tendencies to go left stronger than everybody else. Maybe that's why the Most High let this happen. But let's continue.
So these men went as far as the neighborhood of Mount Libanus and the fountains of the Lesser Jordan at the great plain of Sidon.
Sidon is up north. Sidon is here. The greater plain of Sidon.
Tyre inside out.
That's up northwest. So they were the greater plain is to the east of Sidon. And that's exactly what the map shows it. It's the land that Naphtali didn't want.
So
This is Tyre, Zidon's above it, and the plains are over there. It's telling you what it is. They had to go all to the tip top of the land.
And the states that be like North Dakota
I guess so, yeah.
to relate it.
Yeah. It's like the north. It's a land nobody wants. But it showed about the Most High he was even that much more frustrated with them. He let them get their ass kicked first. But it still doesn't show, it still proves that Israel wasn't together. They weren't united. But you know the problem is Israel ain't together now.
Right.
Israel's it's a bunch of island states in Israel now. What's the difference? Huh?
I'm sorry.
Because Israel ain't gonna, there's not one head that Israel's going to rally up under. It's just not the case. That's the era now.
True.
So was it really like the Most High letting it happen, or them that's not doing what the hell they're supposed
It's
to
a combination of both. He let it happen because they weren't doing their job, and it showed it was the spirit of the people.
do? They deserve.
The majority of Israel has this to this day.
It was the spirit of selfish people still.
Yeah, we're still like this, bro. We're still the same way.
I
bro.
know.
So that's why I look at this. This is like looking at the newspaper. This is like looking go down the street, go to the barbershop, right?
Yeah.
Hearing the conversations.
Yeah.
It's the same. It's like the personality of our people has not changed. We live in a different landmass and we're in a worse oppression,
Right.
but our spirit has not changed.
It's those little slogans, like still like you got to get it how you live, man.
Yeah, this is all judges talk. Huh?
Yeah, get it how you live, bro.
Yeah, got you live, do what you gotta do, and that just opens the door to idolatry. Cause now I gotta have something for me at all costs. It's already bad. I might as well go pick the sticks up on the Shabbat. I might as well sit here and go worship Ashtoreth.
Or they didn't take the lessons as a galvanizing tool.
That's true.
Okay, the Most High is stinging us. We know the problem is if the individual doesn't lose, it doesn't affect me yet.
Yeah.
If I don't get hit, then I don't see the seriousness in change until I lose. Okay.
And remember, put one scripture right here. My phone screen's not ready. Pop like it was. It's the Apocrypha, bro. Okay. 1 second. Diligently fear the Lord. All right. Ecclesiastes 27:3. Ecclesiasticus 27:3.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 27, verse 3. Unless a man hold himself diligently.
The key point, well, there's 2 key points. You have to hold yourself.
Right.
Israel was externally motivated. We have external motivation instead of internal motivation. We are reactionarily motivated versus proactively being motivated. Right? It says, unless a man hold himself, what?
Diligently.
Diligently. Putting the painstaking effort. Right? Never being finished. Read.
In the fear of the Lord.
So where should the effort be? It should be where?
In the fear of the
In
Most
the
High.
fear of the Lord. Unless I invest my complete being on a consistent basis in the fear of the Lord, and I hold myself to that degree, it's not the priest's job, it ain't the elder's job, it ain't the white man's job, it's not bad conditions' job. It's my job, it's my responsibility to invest myself and maintain myself in the spirit of fear. Righteous fear. Right? If I don't do this, if I don't sacrifice, Most High don't bless me. He's not gonna be back. He's not gonna back me up. If I don't be on point, my kids won't come out on point later on down the line. If I don't study, I'm gonna sit here and not have the correct judgment and the correct mentality to make decisions. Read.
Unless a man hold himself diligently in the fear of the Lord, his house shall soon be overthrown.
His house shall what?
His house shall soon be overthrown.
It took 1 generation, bro, to lose the majority of our inheritance. At least 40 to 50% of our inheritance got lost within 1 generation. But why? Was it because the Philistines were that great warriors? The Philistines were just great warriors? Is that what it was?
No.
Was it that they had the chariots of iron and they were just superior to our chariots? Or was it simply we fell away from the Most High's focus? We fell away from the ability to keep and practice and the maintenances, the standards, the disciplines, the methodologies, and the testimonies it took to get where we're at. We fell from the fear of the Most High. We stopped practicing the right practices. All right? Read on.
Verse 4. As when one sifteth with a sieve, the refuse remaineth.
As one sifteth with the sieve, the refuse remaineth. Read on.
So the filth of man in his talk.
The filth of man is in his conversation. If I'm talking more about worldly things than spiritual things, that shows I'm getting weak. If I'm talking more about interests that depend on that things that benefit me versus things that benefit the nation, that's a sign of I'm getting weak. You can see in a man's conversation, in a man's thought pattern, in a man's judgment, where's his loyalty at? Where's his affinity towards? Where's his allegiance at? Every time I talk to a brother, it's all about me. I don't never hear you talking about how we gotta fix the bugs, what the needs of the camp, the needs of the people, the needs of the nation. It's always about you. This is how the conversation of Israel started to change. And it started spreading. That's the example that people start to lock into. People love to lock into weakness. Well, I got better grapes. I got good olive oil. I'm good at, my home is nice. I got a good view of my house. If we get blessed now, it's the same spirit. That's why we push our camp pushes this certain premise, because we don't want to sit here and be in poverty, but nor do we want to sit here and let riches determine who we are. So you gotta believe in the ideal. We just believe in the principle all or nothing. That middle, that comfort zone, 80%, fill up the gas, it goes from 80% to 70, 70 to 60, 60 to 40, 40 to 10, and 10 to nothing. It has to be 100% or nothing with the Most High. Or we don't get anything. We diminish anyway. Our last camp years ago, when we got to a certain this is before my time. I wasn't there before the school was bought. War always tells me, Shashma always tells me, when we bought the school, I heard it when I was just young. I was young. They said, man, once we got to school, things changed. And no one knew why. Like, once we got to school, things changed.
The motivation changed.
And after that, it was like, what are we doing this for?
The motivation changed. The fire changed because nothing else was created to challenge the men after the school was created. That's why once this school is completed and built, we have to keep pressing on to go past what this school is. We establish the school, we move past the school, and we keep finding. We have to continue to put ourselves in positions where we have to keep relying on the Heavenly Father. That's how we keep our spiritual edge. All this stuff we're talking comes from experience. Complacency comes easily when you start getting certain spiritual milestones in your life.
Exactly.
You start hitting certain milestones, then your nature wants to take it easy, take it slow, but you have to go opposite of that nature to continue to push forward to grow.
I know for myself, I hit my first decade in the truth, right? And I felt good about it. I felt good about it for like a little while, right? But I remember Bud got from the sanctuary. We were all together, and Bud said, "Yeah, man, I can't believe it. I did 10 years in the truth." My brother said it in front of everybody. And within a year, he was gone after that. And that scared the shit out of me. You know what told me? A decade is not enough, man. You can put a decade of good work in out, and it's really not enough. It's not enough till Christ gets back. So when I got to a decade, I'm like, wow, it's been a decade in the truth. Okay, I'm gonna celebrate, but what am I celebrating, bro? I can quit in a year. Okay, cool. Here's your second decade in the truth. Okay, you hit 2. Okay, that is. Have you done something? You can never sit here and rest on your laurels. You can never sit here and rest on your good works. Most High doesn't allow that.
He doesn't allow it, but we do it, and we keep. It's why we keep falling. It's why we always have to start over again.
From scratch.
And this is the demoralizing part of being in this work. When you don't learn the lessons, the Most High will just destroy what you built and have you start over. From scratch. Now you're an older man, having to fucking sit back here and restart what you didn't do in the past. And that's the goal of trying to avoid that situation. So with that, let's continue and take you to the Jews. Book 5, chapter 3, paragraph 1, in the middle.
So these men went as far as the neighborhood of Mount Libanus, and the fountains of the lesser Jordan, at the great plain of Sidon, a day's journey from the city. And when they had taken a view of the land, and found it to be good and exceeding fruitful, they acquainted their tribe with it. Whereupon they made an expedition with the army, and built their city, Dan, of the same name with the son of Jacob, and of the same name with their own tribe.
You know what? The Most High still gave them another land, but it wasn't their original land. And they had to sit back and humbly leave the land of the Philistines.
Yeah.
Because it was their land at this point.
You got a second chance. Okay.
But listen, now we're going to go back to Antiquities of the Jews, book 5, chapter 2, paragraph 7. Start explaining why the nations start kicking our ass.
Okay.
And why we started losing.
Book 5, chapter 2, paragraph 7. After this, the Israelites grew effeminate as to fighting any more against their enemies.
They got tired of fighting. You can say they were tired of fighting and killing, but the issue that we see in men now, we've been saying it the whole day. The spirit of fighting is why is what makes us potent. We had the class on Monday about it. That's why I want to do that class before this week, because it leads right into the same type of concept. When you listen, the Most High made us to be. He said He made us. Most High is a man of war. Most High is a man of conflict. If He's a man of conflict, we're supposed to be men of conflict, men of accomplishment. So we went into 1 Samuel chapter 16, or 13 and 14, and then 16 and 18, how David was a man of the Most High's heart, but David was also a man of accomplishment. He sat back here and faced obstacles, overcame obstacles, and saw the other side and was blessed accordingly. The Most High expects us to be men of conflict. But if we were created to be men of conflict, and then we stop embracing conflict, now we're effeminate. Now we're watered down. Now we're tender. Now we're easily impressed upon. Now our life is more important than staying in the spirit of fighting.
Wow.
And this is what ended up being our downfall. Back then and also now. We lose our edge. We lose that commitment to overcoming the things in ourselves.
This is before the white man, right?
This is before the white man. The white man came in as a result of our effeminate mindset. The nations came in as a result of us not overcoming the things in ourselves. Because pleasure, ease was more important. Retirement was more important than staying strong and pushing the body to the next level. Taking it slow. Whatever you can call it and frame it what you want. When you start taking it easy and you stop setting spiritual goals to overcome the things in yourself, you end up going downhill. Read on.
Okay. After this, the Israelites grew effeminate as to fighting any more against their enemies, but applied themselves to the cultivation of the land, which producing them great plenty and riches, they neglected the regular disposition of their settlement.
The disposition of the settlement was being in a fighting spirit. There was a lot more. You know what the disposition was? I have to keep looking for the danger. Just as a wise man seeth danger and hideth himself out.
Yeah.
I mean, he prepares for the danger coming. He prepares for the obstacles befalling the people and makes arrangements to deal with the problems down the line. You don't think that these people realize, damn, these guys hate us. They're getting stronger. Dan just got their ass whipped. These problems are coming to us. They got a little momentum. They got a little confidence. Now they're going to want to go to the next place, and the next country, and the next city. Be on alert. But being on alert, taking things serious, being in a war mind frame, it killed everybody's vibe, bro.
Damn.
Everybody was in the party vibe, a comfortable vibe. Read on.
They neglected the regular disposition of their settlement and indulged themselves in luxury and pleasures.
All that mattered was their comfort. Read on.
Nor were they any longer careful to hear the laws.
And then when they weren't any more careful, it really wasn't that important. It really wasn't
Because serving the Most High was only important when I didn't have nothing.
That's just that class attendance spirit too.
Yep. And it's important. Listen, the Most High is important. Class is important. The scriptures are important when my life is collapsing. But if my life is good, I'm not going to class.
Yep.
I'm not going to be in the scriptures. I'm not studying because I don't need to come around. I'm good.
For what?
This is the mindset. Why sit back here and focus on discipline and servitude when you know what? I'm going to use that one. When you know what? There's no present need. There's not, the sky's not falling. Everything's good.
There's no external. That's why I said earlier. I said there's no external. We're externally motivated. That's scary. If you're only gonna move because of a situation, you're always a step behind. That's dangerous.
Bro, listen. 2 Timothy 2:4. Let me go back to this verse. I mean this not verse, but Josephus.
Okay. 2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 4.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
All right, go to verse 3.
Okay. Verse 3. Thou therefore endure hardness as a good soldier of Yahushua.
I want to go to verse 2.
Okay. Verse 2. 2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 2. And the things that thou hast heard of me among many witnesses.
The things that we've heard of Paul among many witnesses. Read on.
The same commit thou to faithful men.
Read on.
Who shall be able to teach others also.
The problem is getting the next generation to see things as seriously as you do.
True.
That's a real issue.
It's hard to
We can sit back and talk about all the wars and battles that we faced for 25 years in this truth. Getting them to see it without having to lose and fall like we did is a significant issue. You know, my big worry is once we sit back here and build this place in a second place super strong, who's going to take the mantle and take it with the same carefulness and seriousness and learn the lessons that we learned and not fall to the same lessons that we fell to? It's the hardest thing in the world to hope, because most people have to keep learning. What you're going to read about this, Judges, every generation has to learn the same lesson over and over again. They never learn from the prior generation. They never learned from the generation before.
That's our story as a people, though.
And that's what's dumb. We never learn from our forefathers' mistakes, so we keep making the same type of mistakes.
Yep.
So we never get any generational traction. This is why Israel has never figured it out yet. You know what's crazy? You go from a guy calling himself the comforter,
yeah,
to the next guy saying that if it's not from him, it's not the truth. Well, did you learn from the guy before that said it had to be through him and he was Christ? And he was the comforter? The next guy that comes up and says, you know what, if it ain't coming from me, it ain't the truth. Ain't that the same spirit of the guy that you sat back here and just said was wicked? Or another guy not saying that, didn't another guy say that he was Elijah?
He was king. Oh, yeah, that's going on now. First was King David, then it's the comforter.
Yep.
Then it's,
was it Elijah that they were being?
People call, I guess someone called him Elijah.
And my thing is,
that's accepted.
And it's not being attacked and challenged. If somebody's saying it, then why don't you say, no, I'm not Elijah? That's not true at all.
Christ would say that. Christ said,
because that's what you're supposed to do.
God.
But listen, it's just that picture like this. That's Elijah. And it's not even being discounted. But everybody saw when a brother called himself Moses. They'll call himself David.
Yeah.
That was the first guy that went off.
Yeah.
Back in the mid-90s. There was a brother who called himself David. And he was universally attacked.
If you will receive it. It's always the same statement.
But he was universally attacked eventually, that he was off for saying that. But then people 15, 20 years later are saying the same thing. Then you go from the comforter to not, if it ain't coming through me, then it ain't the spirit. What's the difference? You might as well call yourself comforter part 2. Part 2. You might as well, because you're insinuating the same concept. Yeah, dua, D-E-U-X. If it don't come through me, it ain't the spirit. You're saying that you're the comforter without saying it.
I say it smoother.
You're just saying it with more decoded words. We never figure it out. We keep making the same mistakes. We're sick as hell,
as a nation,
and we're low level as hell, Damn, we're jacked up, We really are, Continuing up. No. We got to read in Timothy still. I'm sorry.
Verse 3. Thou therefore endure hardness as a good soldier of Yahushua.
Which we're supposed to learn how to endure hardness and to stay in the mindset of enduring hardness. We like to endure hardness until we get a reward.
Yeah.
And then once we get our reward that we want, then we stop enduring hardness. That's the problem. And you know what's crazy? Time teaches you that once you sit back and go through one endeavor, then it's another endeavor. Then it's another endeavor.
Yeah.
Until you accept, damn, the Most High just wants me to continue to deal with new endeavors and accept it. So what he's saying is, we have to accept a life of hardness. And if I accept a life of hardness, I'll get rewarded. But I can't make it about the reward. I have to make it about the hardness and the life that I have to choose to please the Heavenly Father. And if I can accept that soldier mindset, whether you're whatever general or you're a soldier, I can stay potent. All it means is, if I'm going to be a good soldier, I have to embrace discipline my whole life. I can't lose what makes a soldier a soldier. And what makes a soldier is embracing the spirit of discipline.
Exactly.
And if I can embrace the spirit of discipline, I can always stay on the Most High's good side. Let me finish this and let you go through that. Continue.
Verse 4. No man that warreth entangleth himself with the affairs of this life.
If I'm a good soldier, I'm not going to get caught up into my affairs. I'm not going to get caught up in the cultivating of the ground. I'm going to be focused on doing my job for the Most High. I'm not going to be focused on seeking comfort. I'm going to keep sitting back here, staying disciplined to stay locked into the Most High. Because when it boils down to it, what does following the laws mean in totality? It's not that the laws are hard or difficult. It's just I have to constantly be in the spirit of discipline.
Yeah.
I can't be comfortable.
I have to live there.
I got to go back. Listen, you know what's crazy? Because if you're serving the Most High, you know what you're not doing? You're not at your land all the damn time. You got to go to the temple and do sacrifices. What about doing all the damn sacrifice you got to do? If I really like to the Most High, I'm in line half the damn day.
Yeah.
I'm in line half the day doing the work of the Heavenly Father. I'm still not about my house. So if I was on point, I wouldn't be at home. So why not just accept I'm not going to be at home? My house is not my castle. The Word is where I surround myself around. That's what matters. That's what generals, that's what men, that's what young men lose focus. They get the blessing and they focus on the blessing versus focusing on the work. The work keeps you humble.
Yeah,
Scripture says charity edifies.
Come.
The spirit of giving is what keeps you learning. The spirit of considering others in front of you keeps you in the right spirit. Charity, what I give keeps me hungry, and I learn from what I give. Not from all the receiving I'm getting. What I'm giving keeps me potent. And if I'm going to be a good soldier doesn't focus on these worldly pulls that take our attention away from Him. Read on.
That He may please Him who hath chosen him to be a soldier.
Exactly. So in layman's terms, you were chosen to be a soldier. You weren't chosen to sit back here and focus your 110% mind on your home and your home affairs. It was never meant to be that way. The house and the blessings were a token of the Most High's love, under the condition that you kept Him the apple of thine eye. The number one priority in your life.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what it was. The condition was these things will be here if I'm first.
That's it. It's a simple thing. The Most High is simple. Christ is simple.
But the effeminity is I want the flesh, and I'm not. And most people can't accept. Why do you give me these blessings if I can't make it about the blessings? Why give me a rib if I can't make it about serving my rib? Why do you give me this house and these cars if I can't make it about the house and the cars?
Right.
That's the point. And that's where he says the greatest test in a man's spirit is once you get the blessing. Because then the question is, where is your affinity lean to?
Men get exposed in both.
That's why I always say you never know where a man's heart is at until he gets rank and blessings.
Yeah.
That's when you realize where a man's heart is at. You don't see it when they're young. Everybody's hungry. Everybody needs. But who's going and grinding and sacrifice when their life is comfortable? The crazy thing is you can't determine. Every man's number is different. Every man's number is different. Some people just want a woman. And they won't stop all activity if they got a woman. Some men will just stop all activity if they just got some money in their pocket. Or if they have their family at the house, they won't do shit once they get their family. I've seen it all the time. These are all facts. But there can't be anything that gets in the way of our desire to please the Heavenly Father, regardless of what we have to lose.
And it shows where our love is really at. In the end, it reflects our love. The care of discipline is love.
Yeah.
I love you this much. Not this much. This much.
Let's go. Let's keep going in Josephus. We're going to let Corinthians go. Let's let it go. What's that? No, we're going to go a little while.
All right. That's why I was here.
Yeah, we're going to go a little longer. We got to go at least 30 something.
All right. I was making sure. Right?
I know, you're good.
Book 5, chapter 2, paragraph 7. They neglected the regular disposition of their settlement and indulged themselves in luxury.
Stop right there. The indulgence side. That's how you know it's about to be over. Right? Anytime there's some indulgence going on, it's danger.
Yep.
You know?
And indulged themselves in luxury and pleasures. Nor were they any longer careful to hear the laws that belong to their political government.
They didn't care about the laws because they lost the spirit of discipline in general. Listen, it wasn't just the laws.
Right.
It wasn't just not following the laws. They just lost their discipline in general. What does the laws mean? You know what the crazy thing is? They stopped realizing or accepting the Most High was in control of everything. You know when a man starts getting cocky and proud is when they think their hands did it.
Exactly.
They think with the might of their hands and their ingenuity or their creativity or their intelligence got them where they're at. And that's when the overindulgence started kicking in. It was about me and my creativity and my skill, and it wasn't the mercy of the Most High that got me in this situation. And because we had that mindset, that ended up being the death of us.
Right.
It was the death of us.
Can I post right
Yeah.
here? Job 31 and verse 26. What is it? Verse 25, really. Verse 24.
Next time.
Job 31.
Job 31 verse 24 through 28.
Job 31, 24. If I have made gold my hope.
If I make good, listen, the Most High in Christ's law, statutes, commandments, and the testimonies of the Bible should be our hope. The disciplines and instruction we've received from our youth in this information, in this lifestyle, should be our hope. Our relationship with the Heavenly Father should be our hope, not a mineral the Most High created for currency exchange.
It's shiny things.
A shiny mineral from the ground. Read.
If I have made gold my hope, or have said to the fine gold, thou
The
art.
fine gold.
Oh, wow.
There's gold and there's fine gold.
Right.
I feel like I'm special 'cause I have name brand gold. I got name brand things. That's now I'm confident because I got name brand. Read.
Or have said to the fine gold, thou art my confidence.
I'm confident because I got name brand now. Read.
I'm a landowner.
I'm a landowner. I'm different. I'm not this base guy out of Egypt.
Yep.
Or out the wilderness walking around dusty. Not saying we were dusty, but I'm saying there's a difference between having your own
That's
land.
the mindset that people
Having
have.
your own land versus walking around in circles is a big difference. Read.
If I rejoiced because my wealth was great.
That's the problem. If you have great wealth, that's fine. It's because you're happy because you got great wealth. I'm not happy because I'm with the Most High. I'm not happy because I have the knowledge. I'm not happy. We do that all day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not happy because I'm in the truth. I'm happy because I got something.
Yep.
We do that all day. Read.
If I rejoiced because my wealth was great, and because mine hand had gotten much.
Because the Most High gave me a good portion. I'm not that the Most High gave me a good portion. Look at that. My hand, my efforts, my mind, my cunning, my diligence, my thoughts, me. I did this. Read.
If I beheld the sun when it
I
shined.
got time right now. Now I got time. I'm gonna be occupied with labor. I can go look at the sun now and chill. I can enjoy my life. I can breathe. Read.
Or the moon walking in brightness.
I'm gonna just get caught up with my environment. I'm not gonna be caught up in what's the next battle, what's the next understanding, what's the next level, what's the next arena for growth. I'm looking at the moon. I'm looking at my environment. I'm retiring. Read.
And my heart have been secretly enticed.
And now your heart, your mind, your spirit is being seduced by looking at other people live their life. Being seduced by your own natural inclinations. Read.
Or my mouth have kissed my hand.
And now my mouth kisses my hand. I'm taking joy in the fact that I think it's me. I'm gonna kiss myself. I'm gonna honor myself. I get caught up in self-love. I love me over the Most High. Read.
This also were an iniquity to be punished by the judge.
This is an opinion, an iniquity, and a sin to be punished by the Most High. Read on.
For I should have denied the Most High that is above.
All that is, all the getting caught up in my physical circumstances is another form of denying the Most High. Simple as that. Getting caught up in thinking it's me, getting caught up in and too much free time, getting caught up in enjoying my wealth and my riches, getting caught up into comfort is denying the Most High. It says right there.
It just brings more vanity.
It says right
Listen, I got something after you.
Yeah, I'll know my point.
Whenever you're done.
I know my point.
Okay,
I'm
let's
saying,
go to Wisdom of Solomon. What you got?
Romans 12:3. But
Is this one verse?
yeah.
Okay,
Cool.
do that. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Romans 12:3. For I say, through the grace given unto me, to every man that is among you, not to think of himself more highly than he ought to think.
True.
Brother, because when you start thinking that you're on a level, you start losing that connection with the Heavenly Father. You start losing your edge. You start losing your discipline. Let me explain. We're going to go to Wisdom of Solomon chapter 6, verse 11 down to verse 20. And it's going to explain how that love of luxury and pleasure was our downfall. And yes, we stopped following the laws, but it goes into why we stopped following the laws. Okay? Why did we stop following the laws? So let's start at Wisdom of Solomon 6 and 11.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 6, verse 11. Wherefore, set your affection upon my words. Desire them, and ye shall be instructed.
Half the time we don't desire having affection. Listen, it says to have a desire and an affection towards the Most High's words, right? Mm-hmm. But you know what? You know what that takes? You know what it takes to have a desire and affection upon the Most High's words? Can somebody explain that? It is humility. But you have to love being what?
Uncomfortable.
You have to love it. And people don't love hearing bad news.
Listen, not saying
people don't love being told that they got to give more on what they do when it's not enough.
I'm not loving that.
Nobody loves that notion. The crazy thing is the scriptures are supposed to power us up, right?
Yeah.
Scriptures are supposed to inspire us and make us strong. But what are we supposed to be strong in? And what are we supposed to have faith in? If I dedicate more, if I sacrifice more, if I commit more, most are going to be there for me.
He'll maintain my children. He'll maintain my house. He'll maintain my land. He'll maintain my sanity.
Well, I got to give him more in order for everything at home to be good.
It just shows you can get things, can you keep it?
And that's the catch. But you have to have an affection on the Most High's words. You know it's crazy? Most of our people can't get past the fact that in class they got cut. People can't get past the fact that they got cut in class. That they got showed that they can do more, or their weakness got exposed in class. I'm telling you, I'm not making this up. A lot of people can't get past the fact that they quote unquote got busted out in class. Then that means they don't have an affection towards the Most High's words off rip. It takes a lot for a person to learn to love the constant bombardment of correction that comes from reading the Bible. Because whenever I read this damn Bible, it's constantly, you're not doing enough. Or, if you're doing enough, you better keep doing enough or you're going to fall the next week.
Yeah.
It's either one of the two notions.
Or
either you're not doing enough, or there's a threat that if you don't continue the pace that you're at, you're going to fall.
Or, you're good. Your situation's fine. You've been doing good, but there's a guy that's weak over there that's failing. Dan's over there.
And if you don't go deal with Dan and their issues, the whole thing's going to collapse. Because it's not good enough that you're staying on top of yourself. Maintain yourself and go to that one sheep that's lost. And the pressure is on. You better do well and do everything you can to protect that sheep. If not, you risk losing it all.
I did my job.
But reading the Bible is constantly seeing that there's a lot of room of improvement and you're on the clock to make these changes.
Yeah.
This is why people weren't trying to follow the laws. Because the notion that you're not doing enough, it's hard to sit back here and enjoy life to the fullest.
You can't.
When you know in the back of your head you ain't doing enough. You owe the Most High more. You gotta serve. I'm not gonna name. Remember we talked about splurging sometimes, and when's the right time to splurge? And the question is, it's on a day-by-day basis, situation for situation. Because in the back of our head, we have to make sure that this splurge doesn't affect me in some other direction. And we always have to operate in that mindset. Me taking this break, is it going to affect anybody?
Yep.
Me folding my hands, who am I going to screw up when I sit back and take a chill pill? If I take a week off from class, who's going to get affected when I take that break? And is the camp ready for me to take a break? More times than not, no. So guess what? I can't do anything until I know for a fact that nobody's going to be affected by me taking a break. Who wants to live that way? People don't want to live with that level of pressure and a responsibility in the back of their head. That's why the idea of following the laws, it ain't just about following the laws. It's a responsibility with all your conduct and your actions being under a microscope.
Yep.
It was beyond just the law. It was the fact that if I'm living this law, my whole life is under a microscope. I'm uncomfortable. I can't let my hair down.
It wasn't just about not eating pork.
It wasn't just about the Sabbath and not eating pork. It was about I can't just enjoy what's in front of me. Because most people that have a problem with the program just hates the fact they just can't enjoy their life. But the problem is the premise starts with enjoying your life. And I can't just enjoy my life and let my hair down, and it eventually turns into corruption and the breaking of laws. The breaking of laws is the last of the things you do. But the first of the things you do is just start taking breaks to enjoy the life around you. Taking those comfortable decisions leads you to eventually breaking the law altogether. I've seen it too. A little bit of missing class, a little bit of not taking the dress code serious, a little bit of not taking class every day serious, and you look up and you continue to start diminishing in the caliber of who you used to be. It doesn't go from I'm following the law to I'm sinning overnight. It's the diminishing of disciplines that get you from here and take you off the mountain.
Exactly.
It's the seeking of comfort and relaxation and ease, which gets you down to eventually breaking the laws altogether.
I'm losing fear because sentence against an evil work is not executed expediently.
Yep.
It is fully set in the hearts of men to do what? Transgress.
Yep. Because the more and more I'm getting comfortable, that's why in the paragraph 7 is about Israel grew effeminate. The effeminacy, the weakness, the desire for pleasure was what eroded into breaking the laws. It wasn't this woke up, I don't want to follow the laws today.
No.
It wasn't that. It's I want to sit back here and get comfortable. So let me take a break on this. And eventually now you take a break on this. You take a break on this. And you start diminishing in the standard that you set for yourself. Or was set to you by Joshua. Or before him by Moses. And you diminish in how hard you stay on top of yourself. Then you'll sit back here and make a mistake with your woman on the Sabbath day.
It's like the spirit of denial also. Because
yeah,
they had strong examples. It's not like they didn't have all this history and this understanding.
But you know the problem is history ain't enough. We talked about that earlier. The fear is that history isn't enough for people.
Right.
They need a person right in front of them laying the hammer.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Those were those days. You get those days talks.
And this is why the Most High talk. And this is why the Most High calls Israel sheep. Because the sheep don't sit back and read and study and look into history. That's why also the Jews require a sign. The Greeks seek out the wisdom. When you sit back and talk to Esau, they're reading books, they're looking at histories of everybody. And that's how they keep their leverage down in the future. Because they said, no, we're not going to make a mistake like what's his name? No, Hitler and Napoleon did.
Yeah.
They sat back and tried to take Russia in the winter.
Can't do that.
That was a dumb mistake. We're not doing that no more. That's what really broke Germany. They had Germany on the run. They could have waited to the spring, then come and got them. They went at them in a dead of winter. They couldn't handle those conditions, and they lost. They took a lot of losses with their military, and then they started gaining leverage. The Allies are taking them out in the West because they got too greedy with the Russians in the East. In a bad climate, they couldn't get supplies to their army, and they lost their army. But Napoleon did it before them. And that's how he lost his kingdom. But Esau sits back here and learns military history.
Yep. That's a course.
They sit back here and go through all these lessons to not repeat the same mistakes their forefathers did. We don't do that shit. We look for whoever the hell's in front of us that rose the strongest, let's follow.
Just jump on that.
Yes. And that's how we keep falling into issues.
And we lock into hype.
Good.
Hype leadership.
Yep.
Not
the guy with the biggest bravado, the guy with the shades, the guy that looks the prettiest.
Or trending.
Yeah, what's trending, what's comfortable, what sounds good.
You got the hot break.
It talks about Isaiah. Speak unto me smooth things.
Yep.
Prophesy deceits. Everybody wants to talk about how full of crap leaders are, but they want the full of crap leader until he steals your money.
Then you're mad.
But you listen to all the BS, and then all at the end you get huckstered.
Oh,
that's what you wanted.
Took my money.
Because the person who tells you the truth, you don't like him. Which means you don't like the Bible. Because the Bible is all about sitting back here and being real about the afflictions you have to undertake to please the Heavenly Father on a consistent basis. So, Wisdom of Solomon 6:11 again from the top.
Wisdom of Solomon 6:11. Wherefore set your affection upon my words.
Find love in reading about the fact that you got to do more.
Appreciate that.
Find love in the fact that the Most High's favorites were the most disciplined, the most loyal, the most selfless. Love that. Read on.
Desire them, and ye shall be instructed.
People read about this. People want when they hear about this. This chapter is about wisdom. People think I'm desiring wisdom. It's about desiring the smarts and to be the smartest guy in the room. Like I can drop all the information, fold his legs, and look like he's wise. That's not wisdom. To understand wisdom means to understand the struggle. Means to accept the struggle. To accept the difficulties of what it takes to keep getting blessed. Everybody loves Esdras. In order to get each revelation, how many days did he have to sit back here and go without food and water?
Right.
He was knocking down 40 days at a time just to get more revelations. Isn't that a lesson? For greater understanding, you gotta be inconvenienced more.
So it's not a camp doctrine. It's not just something that is just being said to influence men to get them to serve you. It's a concept that was established by our forefathers and requirements of the Most High.
It's understanding the spirit of wisdom. Most people don't understand the spirit of wisdom, and people get knowledge confused with wisdom. Knowledge is information. Knowledge puffeth up, but charity edifieth. Wisdom is the correct way to do things, the correct way to apply the Most High's knowledge, the correct way to get the Most High's attention.
That's most important. Maintaining his good favor.
And how does a person maintain his good favor? We want to read about what it takes to maintain his good favor. First of all, you have to love reading about what it takes to get his attention.
Does doing me maintain the Most High's favor?
No. I gotta sit back here and keep pushing the envelope on what it takes to make the Most High happy. What is he like? What is he interested in?
What must I keep adjusting? I don't want to live a life of adjustment.
No. And you know what? People want to sit back here and give and stop. But Ecclesiastes 43:30 says you can never give enough.
True.
I have to keep giving. I'm always on the hook for giving. I'm always on the hook for setting my affection on the same things the Most High has an affection on. We can sit back and look at a woman and say, man, she ain't locked in because she don't love what I love. Until she loves what I love, then you know what? She ain't into me. But we can't sit it with the Most High.
Exactly. Man.
Because you know what's crazy? You know, we are so limited in our expectation of how the Most High looks at us.
Come.
Just follow the Torah and that's it? That's all you got to do? You don't think there's more to it than that? You don't think there's varying degrees of sacrifice that you haven't hit yet?
Why are there so many other books that the Bible?
Listen. Did all the great men of look at the great men of Israel and ask yourself, did they just follow the law? How was their mindset? How did they think? How did they process things? Look at that. Use that as your bar. Because when you read about Abraham, you read about Moses, you read about David, these guys were running circles around men today. Josiah, Hezekiah, all these great men, Christ, Paul, and you just want to push Torah and chill? What are y'all doing? What are we doing? And we think the Spirit's with us? The Spirit's with us on such a small level because you limit yourself as to how much you choose to push yourself. When you pick and choose what you want to have an affection towards, it is how you're limiting your relationship with the Heavenly Father. Well, let's keep going, man. Let's keep going.
So these are self-imposed limitations. Most High didn't tell us these.
Exactly. Just to stop at this, we have to love everything about the work, all the discipline required. Read on.
Verse 12. Wisdom is glorious and never fadeth away.
You can always go to it. Read on.
Yeah. She is easily seen of them that love her.
Yep. Because you know what the problem is? You know, a person that loves wisdom, when you have a bunch of different options in front of you, you're going to know to take the path that requires the most dedication and hard work and sacrifice. A person who understands wisdom will sit back and always take that path and won't take the easy path. Won't take the comfortable path. If you're pursuing wisdom, you're not going to push the comfort. Because wisdom requires you to be uncomfortable. In every solution. That's how you know a person can spot wisdom. A person can spot wisdom because they're looking for where is it going to be uncomfortable for me? It's going to pull me out of myself. That's where the growth is. Let me pursue the growth because that's where I need to be. Read on.
And found of such as seek her.
Exactly. Read on.
She preventeth them that desire her.
Mm-hmm. So if you
what? She prevents them. I'm not going to easily just give you the land. Here's the land.
Yep.
Here's the kingdom.
Game
Here's
over.
the red.
You won.
Here's everything good. Here's good grades.
Yep. No, he's not giving us that. You have to bust your tail to get what you're looking for. You can connect this verse with Ecclesiastes 4, where it says, "Knowledge or wisdom takes a man through crooked paths."
Yep.
Right.
You have to go through difficulties to earn the next lesson you're going to get, which means I have to work for everything I get. And as I continue to grow and advance, I have to consistently be uncomfortable.
Consistently.
And I have to keep pursuing uncomfortable situations for me to stay spiritually connected. Because the second you stop pushing for that discomfort, you start to lose it spiritually. For anybody who understands the pursuit of wisdom, I'm telling the truth. When you start putting your foot off the gas and taking comfort, you start losing your spiritual sharpness. If you stop counseling, if you stop being in the belly of the beast, dealing with the men, dealing with the body, dealing with the problems, you get disconnected and your sword gets dull. You stop teaching, you stop counseling, you stop studying your information, your counseling, your teaching, it all gets weakened. And that's the truth.
It gets drossy.
Exactly. Read on.
She preventeth them that desire her.
Because you have to earn everything you get in this arena.
And we don't like
but
that.
Most people want something for nothing.
And that's what America teaches. I will blame this on America.
No, that's Israel, bro.
I got to hit this one point. America does push the easy path because that's war strategy. The people that really run the society, they're focused on studying demographics and studying numbers.
You know, kids about this generation, Israel. I've heard 4 men, and I'm not saying. I've heard 4 men over the past, young men, past 6 months say they're entrepreneurs. And every cat that calls up an entrepreneur is lazy as shit. How are you a lazy entrepreneur? Do people realize if you're an entrepreneur, you have to work 3 times as hard as a regular Joe that works a job?
3 times.
Do y'all know that? In order to say, if you're an entrepreneur, you got to work 3 times harder than the people out here that just have to go to work and punch a time clock. But I'm watching entrepreneurs that work less hard than anybody on earth.
I'm not going to work.
And they call themselves entrepreneurs.
I'm not going to work.
But I'm an entrepreneur. That's insanity talk.
That's YouTube.
Well, that's a lot of young generation people doing that, huh?
Yeah.
That is an example of America.
That's what I'm saying.
Something for nothing.
Yeah, something for nothing. And that mentality is pushed strategically because guess what? You keep the simple people on the bottom line. And the ones that the real ones, they put them in certain schools. They put them around certain people. They make them shadow. And they make them shadow and follow mentors. They focus on mentorship.
Yeah.
Everybody else, be an individual. Do your own thing.
Yep.
And they get their kids They say you need to mention about him and make a connection with them. And you need to marry this person. You need to make sure you focus on wealth. And you're over here. This is the formula we stick to. This is the family tradition. This is how we do. And don't talk to outsiders.
Yeah.
But I tell you, hey man, do what makes you feel good.
Yeah.
Live your life.
Shine.
Shit, there's a new Travis Scott album coming out. You want to be at the concert?
Yeah.
They keep pushing distraction. The Romans did it with the circus.
And the gladiators.
Huh?
Yeah. But listen, let's keep going in Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 6, and verse
14.
Yeah.
Whoso seeketh her early shall have no great travail.
You know, because the crazy thing is, once you learn at an early age that you have to work hard as hell to get anything you want in this life, then it's not so hard.
Yeah.
Then the pursuit of wisdom is not as hard. But you know, the crazy thing is, once you learn at a young age that the work never stops, is your edge.
That's the edge.
The work never stops. And once you can accept that the pursuit of wisdom is work, and it never stops, and you have to constantly be in the state of discomfort.
Or come out of a hole for the rest of your life.
There's a reason that David's mighty men were referred to as mighty men. We go over it all the time in class, how they were chafed in the mind. They were comfortable with being uncomfortable. And if you can learn that at a young age, you can achieve great things in Christ. But once again, Israel came in here, they got their land, and they said that was it, we got our kingdom. We won.
They got their den on us.
We got it. And then, listen, why sit back and stress about anything else in life? And this is what we try to tell young men. Stop looking for the break. Stop looking for the break. Stop looking for the way out. Stop looking for the ease.
And the last battle. Stop looking for the last.
It's never going to be a last battle until Christ
The
gets
mythical last battle. That's a myth.
Yeah.
I thought that many years. This is the one.
No more.
Why win this battle?
This is the battle of all battles.
I'm good. I got the win.
I didn't make that.
Everything worked out.
Ah! No such thing, bro.
Yeah.
So this is the situation. So let's continue.
Verse 14.
Yeah.
Whoso seeketh her early shall have no great travail.
No.
For he shall find her sitting at his door.
Because once a man or woman accepts that life is about being uncomfortable and finding peace in your discomfort, wisdom is always going to be there.
It's going to be accessible.
Because the solution is always going to be presented in front of you. The reason people never can get out of their life is they're always looking for an easier way out. They're always looking for the easy path. The comfortable, pleasurable path. This is why when you give a person counsel, it goes right over their head. Because they're not looking for the hard solution.
Or, this is a classic, Hebrew top 10 classic. They're going to look at you until you give them the counsel they want to hear.
They're not look at you. They're going to leave you and go to somebody who's going to tell them a smooth thing.
Yeah.
They'll leave you and go to, and this is why it goes back to what was said earlier, that the leadership has to all be in solidarity. And the leadership can't be given bullshit counsels to appease people. All the leadership has to say the same damn thing. Because if anybody in leadership tells people what they want to hear, then it waters down everything else everybody's trying to stand up for. And you destroy the man. Know that if you're going to sit back here and keep searching for BS counsels, get away from this camp to search for the BS counsels. And know when you fall on your face, it didn't come from us. That's why you do it. That is the exact reason why you do it. So you sit back here, it says that wisdom is going to be sitting at your doors. That if I understand the spirit of wisdom, I understand the spirit of hard work, dedication, discipline. Because if I'm going to get anything else in my life, what am I prepared to lose and be inconvenienced in Christ to get it accomplished? What am I willing to give up to get it? Read on.
Verse 15. To think therefore upon her is perfection of wisdom.
Stop right there. To think, that means you can't think about your flesh all day. You can't think about your next pursuit all day. You can't think about yourself all day. You can think about what you lost all day. You can't think about when's the next vacation all day.
Mm-hmm.
You can't occupy your mind with that.
Nope.
Your mind has to be occupied with what does the Most High want out of my spirit to get, how can I get a response from the Most High? How can I get a response to get a favor from Him? How can I attain the Most High's favor? What's the next goal? What's the next pursuit? What's the next wisdom? What's the next lesson? What's the next precept? What's the next understanding? What's the next level I can go to with my spirit? You have to think about that.
And also, you can't think that way if you're constantly wrestling fleshly thoughts in your mind.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to think on that plane when you're still having fleshly battles dealing with your life. So you can't even think clear till you overcome the flesh. The more I overcome the flesh in me, then I can have a clear mind on the next spiritual pursuit.
Yeah.
Second Ezra 14 and 14.
Yeah, but I don't want that. But
okay.
but I get your point. It goes into that about letting go of the mortal thoughts and the weak nature.
Yeah.
Because that's what has to happen in order for wisdom to stay at your door.
Okay.
It also talks about it, I think, of Wisdom of Solomon, where it says the spirit of wisdom will flee deceit.
Yeah.
Listen, if I'm really tapping into wisdom, the spirit of negative and deceit and lying to myself leaves. You know a person's dealing with wisdom when he's more direct and he's less bullshit and more direct. That means he's dealing with the spirit of wisdom. Because that is what wisdom is. It's one way. It's lively. It's direct.
It's clear.
It's clear. Continuing Wisdom of Solomon.
Verse 15. To think therefore upon her is perfection of wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
And whoso watcheth for her shall quickly be without care.
No, it don't mean to be careless. I mean, just not worry about those Philistines getting you.
But also about the care is this. I don't have any other mental distractions in the way, man. In order to tap into the spirit of wisdom, you have to literally have the discipline to shake off all the fleshly pulls.
Yeah.
The verse you pulled in 2 Ezra 14 is perfect because it deals with all these mortal thoughts that get in the way of the pursuits of wisdom. You have to get rid of all these mortal thoughts and these fleshly thoughts and these emotions, separate them, dispose of them, so you can stay potent and focused to do your job for the Heavenly Father. So you'll be without care. What that means is that wisdom, you'll have a clear line on focusing on that versus being pulled with the cares of the world. Remember you reading about the thorns, how the seed goes into the thorns?
The cares and fears of this life.
And the cares of the fears, this life pull and tear away at that seed.
God.
The lacking in the care is lacking all these fleshly pulls that are competing for the pursuit of wisdom.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And then the thinking of it is, how clearly am I able to meditate about the pursuit of wisdom? How good am I able to eliminate all of these pulls from the world? The cultivating of my land and the cultivating of my wildlife vineyards. Let me not make that a priority. And let me make the pursuit of the Most High my priority. But I can't care about the blessing the Most High give me more than I care about Him and the pursuit of wisdom. So this verse in verse 15, 15, is about learning how to prioritize your mind. So you have less worldly thoughts to wrestle and compete with the care of the Most High.
Which takes, people think about, I'm wasting time. You're really wasting time thinking about that carnality all day.
Yeah.
That's the biggest waste of time.
No
How
doubt.
many hours do we meditate on carnality? And waste, that's could have been spiritual thoughts.
And fleshly endeavors, yeah.
Yeah.
Fleshly lust.
Yeah.
Give me verse 16.
Verse 16. For she goeth about seeking such as are worthy of her.
Wisdom seeks the individuals who are worthy of it, because everybody isn't worthy of wisdom. It talks about in Wisdom of Solomon 1.
Can I prove it?
I'm just going to say Wisdom of Solomon. It talks about, it says, for into a malicious spirit wisdom shall not enter, right? Nor dwell in a body that is subject to sin. So wisdom ain't going to sit back and enter into everybody that allows any other emotions and feelings to just enter their vessel. So wisdom is trying to find a person who has the discipline and the strength to stave off the fleshly impulses. You're not getting the answer you're looking for unless you know how to control your vessel, control your mind, control your spirit. What was you going to say? I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say, it's people, the scripture says that, go to before says it makes up worthy of wisdom. What's it? It says worthy of.
Right, I got you.
The word,
verse 16. For she goeth about seeking such as are worthy of her.
Stop right there. So a man knows when he's trying to win a woman. A man knows he has to prove his love. And that process then, it never really ends. You gotta constantly, in the world, you gotta constantly prove your love. I'm constantly proving I love you. I gave you everything. I bought you this. I bought you that. I took you out. I gave you roses. I did this. I did that. It's the constant pursuance to prove that you're worth being with. I'm trying to show myself worthy to win this woman's affection. That's how it's supposed to be with wisdom. It was never supposed to be like that with a woman. I'm supposed to constantly prove myself that I'm going to win. I'm going to give myself to proving that I love wisdom, and I'm going to keep pursuing wisdom. I'm going to keep convincing myself. I'm going to keep stretching. I'm going to keep counseling. I'm going to keep meditating. I'm going to keep not being content with myself. I'm going to keep, when I'm good, taking care of my brother when he's good, when he needs me.
That's what the Song of Solomon was about. It was about Solomon's love song to wisdom. Solomon being in love and infatuated with wisdom. That's what it takes. I have to love wisdom above rubies. I have to love wisdom over riches. The pursuit of wisdom has to be more valuable than any other thing in my life. And if I can do that, wisdom will be right at my door whenever I need it. But the problem is this. The reality is most people don't want wisdom because people are too comfortable to retain wisdom. You have to be in that constant shaped mindset to keep receiving wisdom. You can't be comfortable and get wisdom. You can get comfortable and get knowledge, but you can't get comfortable and get wisdom. Because wisdom, in a nutshell, is the spirit of activity.
Yeah.
Wisdom is the spirit of finishing. Wisdom is the spirit of getting something done. So in order to get something done, to get real work done in your life, you have to be willing to be uncomfortable at all cost.
At all costs.
And I have to be in a constant state of activity and discomfort at all cost. How many people in their life are prepared to live that way? Most people can't. And that's where most people fall short. Because we don't embrace the lifestyle of being discomfort or uncomfortable. So we're going to read on.
Yeah.
For she goeth about seeking, verse 16.
No, you're good.
For she goeth about seeking such as are worthy of her.
Meaning a person has to be disciplined. A person has to sit back here and not be subject to sin. Their vessel can't be subject to sin and catering to weakness. Read on.
My mind can't be polluted.
I can't be polluted with other desires, other affinities. Read on.
Showeth herself favorably unto them in the ways, and meeteth them in every thought.
Exactly. If I understand how to discipline myself and stay in control over myself, then wisdom can start working through my mind. I can start applying wisdom and it works out for me. Read on.
Verse 17. For the very true beginning of her.
The very true, the actual real beginning of getting the understanding of what this is about.
The very true beginning of wisdom, which is her. Read on.
Is the desire of discipline.
And this is why I said it wasn't about, in Antiquities of the Jews, book 5, chapter 2, paragraph 7, it wasn't about initially the laws. It was about the desire. They stopped embracing discipline.
Can you read that point one more time? There's one point out.
You're good.
For the very true beginning of her is the desire of discipline.
The true beginning of her is the desire of discipline. Once again, you're accountable to, you have to want that. You have to want the discipline. You have to want structure. You have to want to be told no. You have to want to deny yourself.
Yep.
You have to want to see better for your people. You have to want to sit here when you're straight, look for the weaker man. You have to want to do that. That has to come from within.
You want that again?
What point?
Ecclesiastes 27:3.
The one, put that one more time, one last time.
Ecclesiastes 27:3. Unless a man hold himself diligently in the fear of the Most High, his house shall surely be overthrown.
But go. I didn't want. I'm sorry about that. I said.
I'm sorry.
I want the last point you said about you have to want.
My apologies. Okay.
No, you did straight, but it's cool. What does it say? The last point you said.
For the very true beginning of her is a desire of discipline.
I always harp on you have to want it because people want people to want it for them.
Yes.
It's like a parent, baby. I want you to be a college. I want you to sit here and be a doctor. I want you to be a lawyer. The child's like, that's not what I want to do. I want to be an artist.
Yep.
I want to be a rapper. That's cool.
It goes back into Revelations 10, where John said, "Give me the book," and the angel said, "No, you have to take the book.
You have to want it.
You have to want it, and you have to do whatever it takes for you to get it."
And when you don't want it, because I've been there before. I've been to the point where I don't want to do something. That ain't nothing new.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I got myself, why don't I want it? Do you ever ask yourself why you don't want a certain thing? Do you actually take time and like inventory why I don't want to listen?
Well, we try to tell brothers because they don't want to go through the pains that it takes to get what they want. It's the fundamental issue with people.
Yeah.
People want things, but they don't want to lose the things necessary to get the thing that they want.
Yeah.
Or there's a saying, I'll never forget, there was this lady that had this saying in the back of her office, and it said, until the pain of losing is greater than the pain of what it takes to get out of your situation, a person won't go through their situation.
That's true.
She used it as like a workout mantra, but it's like until the pain of being in your condition is greater than the pain that it takes to overcome your condition, most people will never overcome their condition.
Oh my gosh.
People
Because people, most people won't just go through the uncomfortable path so they can grow. People have to be at the brink of collapse before they change. I know people, they don't start even changing their diet until they're at death's door. Then all of a sudden, let me eat right. How many people want to start having a heart healthy diet after their heart starts to fail? Most people do. Most people don't take eating and changing their diet serious until they're literally at the brink of death. That's people. But people don't want to change because change is the right thing to do. Most people don't operate under that measure, but that's what it takes to gain wisdom. How many of us have the initiative to change because change is right? This was where Israel fell apart. They didn't want to sit back here and just finish the Canaanites because finishing the Canaanites was the will of the Heavenly Father.
Off principle.
They didn't even want to start fighting until they were at the brink of collapse of their whole kingdom. That's when fighting meant something. It shows you the nature of Israel. And that's what the Most High says, wisdom don't go to everybody.
Yeah.
It tells you that in verse 16. I think it was 16. No, 16. For she goeth about seeking such as who are worthy of her. Most people aren't worthy of gathering wisdom. Most people got knowledge, but have no wisdom. Because you're not getting wisdom unless you want to lose something to gain the wisdom. And this is another thing even about teaching that brothers have to understand. If men want to be great teachers, you better be willing to live it. Because being a knowledge teacher only goes so far. You can reach more people the more you pursue wisdom. The more you pursue living it is how your classes augment. People, you can read the book left and right, but if you ain't living it, it don't pop the same. It don't feel the same. And that's how a man starts to have that song that's talked about in Revelations 14 and 3. Everybody's speaking the same song. That song is the knowledge, the proper the knowledge mixed with the wisdom behind it.
Experience.
That's that song. The experience mixed with the knowledge, that song is familiar. That's the right thing. But that's the same thing. It's the knowledge while living it. You can hear other cats, that verse is true, but something missing in this class. Something dry in this class. Something off in this class. It ain't wrong what he's saying, but he's missing something. And when you hear that, it's because they ain't living it. There's no wisdom behind it. There's no application behind the words that are being said. That's how you can determine a quality teacher from a so-so teacher. It's if you're living it. Continuing in Wisdom of Solomon 6, read it from the top, verse 17.
Verse 17. For the very true beginning of her is the desire of discipline.
And like you said, the person has to desire it. The Most High ain't giving it. This is why the Most High says, it says, no. It says, whoso shall seek it, not them. She preventeth them that desire her. Listen, wisdom is going to determine, do you really want it? How hard are you willing to work to get this wisdom? What are you willing to put last to attain this wisdom?
In your life.
Are you willing to put your life away and what you want to get me? That's where it says, this is what wisdom puts you through. He says, she prevented, this is verse 13, wisdom prevents them that desire her. If you really want wisdom, you better bust your tail and sacrifice it all. Then I'll give it to you. Most people never get in that position because they run off when it takes to get the real wisdom. They don't want no part of it.
Oh, I don't hear that.
Because they don't want to lose what it takes to you got to lose to gain wisdom. People don't understand that. You got to keep losing to gain something. You have to keep losing your comforts and your pleasure if you want greater wisdom.
And is that why wisdom crying? Because no one wants to make this happen.
Exactly, because nobody wants it. That's what says wisdom is trying to find somebody who wants to take her. But there's not a lot of takers. Because most people just want their flesh, want to have their cake and eat it too.
You want that precept?
What you got? Because a lot of people, because a lot of people are spiritually shallow because they don't want to put the work and lose anything to gain the wisdom. What you got?
Proverbs chapter 8, verse 1.
Mm-hmm.
Doth not wisdom cry?
Yeah. Because, listen, who wants me? How come nobody wants me? How come nobody's willing to receive what I'm bringing to the table? Because people are preoccupied doing what? Living their life, seeking their own pleasure. Now we let all that go. Is there more in that verse? Keep going. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I wasn't looking at it.
And it goes verse 4 before, but whatever you want. And understand, doth not wisdom cry, and understanding put forth her voice?
Mm-hmm.
She standeth in the top of high places, by the way in the places of the paths.
Right. Okay. It says wisdom stays in high places. Right. Proverbs what again? 8.
8. Proverbs chapter 8.
She standeth in the top of high places. You know what it means? You got to work hard to get to that spot.
Right.
You have to work hard and bust your ass to get to the top, to get to the mountaintop, to get to that wisdom. You don't get wisdom without earning it.
Right.
Read on.
By the way, in the places of the paths.
Listen, there's a lot of obstacles a person has to overcome to get wisdom. Read on.
She crieth at the gates, at the entry of the city, at the coming in at the door.
Before every endeavor, you're that close. But you know what people do? People get they're at the edge of making the change, and they never just move one step forward. People are always at the edge of making change. They're always at the precipice of making a move and never pull the trigger out. Because they don't like the idea of how uncomfortable I might have to be.
And you know what's crazy? The process starts entering the gate, but it doesn't end until you get to the high mountains after.
Exactly.
Right.
Listen, he's crying here. You got to go over to the mountain from the front of the entry of the gate. You got to go from the entry of the gate all the way to the goddamn mountaintop to get what the hell wisdom is talking about. But people don't want to go through that journey. People don't desire, they don't have the discipline in themselves to go from the gate of the city, which is the front, to the damn mountaintop to get the answers you need. People want instant gratification. So why pursue wisdom when I can just get things in the flesh? I can just find happiness in the flesh.
It opens the door for indulgence and deviation and idolatry.
Done.
If you're not going to choose wisdom, you got to go somewhere. There's somewhere you got to go.
You got to find some kind of gratification somewhere.
You got to. It's going to be somewhere. It's going to be wisdom, and you're going to love the sweat, the tears, the pain, the sacrifice, the overcoming, you're going to love the correction, or you're going to love the indulgence and the drunkenness. Israel always gets associated with being drunken.
But he's telling you why. He said this in verse 4.
Right. 4 and 5. Unto you, O men, I call.
Wisdom is like, listen, I'm trying to call you to get your attention. Read on.
And my voice is to the sons of man.
But you got to work for it, though. The Most High wants to give us wisdom, but you got to earn it. Read on.
O ye simple.
Simple.
Understand wisdom.
But you know what? He's telling you the simple man has to understand wisdom, but the simple man has to go through tremendous levels of discipline in order to understand it. And most men don't want to go through the journey of going into the city and going all the way up to the top of the mountain. They don't want to do that because it's too hard. The simple man wants to party and bullshit and party and bullshit. That's what they want to do.
Let's celebrate.
They want to dance and laugh
Let's
and drink.
celebrate.
They want to drink and smoke.
Come.
Versus sitting back here and maintain a life of discipline to continue to gain understanding and wisdom.
In the sight of the unwise, they seem to die.
Exactly.
You're like, oh, I don't want no part
Yeah,
of
your life sucks. Everybody out here in the sun living their life smiling.
Yes.
You guys are grinding, reading Bibles, lifting boxes all damn day long. There's no fun in that. Live your life. Anyway.
Let's sing about it.
Hey.
That's why I make these. I quote songs because people gravitate to what these people are saying. People love these ideas.
We'll live your life. Then they got all these sounds.
You just do what you want to do.
Fun.
Do what you want to do.
It's the weekend. Let's go to the water. Let's go to Corpus.
Yeah, it's gonna. Hey, that's important.
Hey, what's the rules this weekend? What's the
That's what I'm saying.
I'm in class.
Yeah.
I gotta study.
I saw it. It's like,
I gotta study.
okay.
What you gonna do next week? I gotta study.
I ain't hanging out with you no more.
And that's the problem. Listen, this guy's not fun no more. I can't hang out with this dude.
And in certain times, women, if they're not locked in the spirit, that will rip your house apart.
Yeah.
If you don't learn to value what your husband values, if he's sitting here making about the Most High, it's gonna rip your house apart. Because men grow apart based on this.
Yeah. Listen, let's let Proverbs go and go back to Wisdom of Solomon 6 and verse 17.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 6 verse 17. For the very true beginning of her is the desire of discipline.
Listen, you can't get wisdom. You can't get the secrets of what it takes to please the Most High unless you desire discipline. Because if you can desire discipline, if discipline is your motivation, and if you've learned to find joy in discipline, it opens the door to sustain everything. People don't follow the law because the law requires discipline. You can't learn wisdom because it requires discipline.
It's an intimidating word, though.
I know, because discipline means you can't have what you want. And to achieve real results, you got to give shit up. Because in order, the funny thing is this, people think you need wisdom to sustain, you need discipline to sustain just wisdom. But you need discipline to even sustain following the law. You're not going to be able to follow the law unless you embrace the spirit of denying yourself.
No,
I don't know. He's supposed to
say that again.
People think a person can accept that you have to have discipline to gain wisdom. They can accept that concept. But people don't realize that you have to have discipline to even sustain the law. Because if you don't sustain, if you don't keep discipline as your inner foundation, you're going to start deviating everything around you. Discipline keeps you from deviating. Because everything in life wants you to deviate the path you're going. That's what makes a man effeminate.
Every impulse is telling you.
Because everything around you is imprinting to take you this direction or that direction. Something's got to keep you stable. Discipline keeps you stable. The desire to stay disciplined keeps you that stable rock. And you need the discipline to sustain following the laws. And this is what the next few verse says.
I got this one point.
Okay.
One point I wanted to make was, this is for like, young officers, right? People experience, young officers or experienced people in the truth. The first stage is, okay, cool. The discipline in the beginning will be imposed on you. That's that soldiership stage, that young stage, going from a trooper to a soldier. The initial entry to the truth, or a young sister being told put your hair wrap on, and then come to sister meetings and get with other sisters, interact with them, and learn the sisters that are successful in the truth, learn their methodology, learn their approach, get to know people that are experienced in this truth for long periods of time, right? So in the beginning, it's imposed on you, but the most important part, once you get past that, is imposing on yourself.
Yep.
It goes back to how much of the discipline do you believe in? Israel believed in the discipline until they got their houses.
Yeah.
They believed in the discipline until they didn't have a threat of being eradicated by these outside nations.
So is that, I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying, what will make you put your discipline down?
Right.
What will make you stop imposing the discipline? Someone will give it to you at first, and then after they give you the spirit of discipline, meaning that they impose correction on you, then it's on you to impose correction on yourself. I don't see people all the time checking themselves. I see them waiting for people to check them. And that's cool. That's young. But after a certain period of time, it's your job to check you. It's your job to keep your desire up. It's your job to make yourself study. It's your job to ask for counsel. It's your job to go look for work. It's your job to look for change in yourself. It's your job to be self-motivated. In the beginning, you have to learn the system. You have to be trained in the beginning. That's important.
Right.
You have to be trained. But then how much of the training are you going to hold on to?
Is that discipline how you prepare your soul for temptation? Is that what that was?
Yeah, part of it.
Okay.
Con. Listen, all we're showing is how Israel grew so effeminate. What you said was perfect. Need feeds discipline. Sometimes a person needs to see their fat belly to realize, damn, I got to tap into discipline real quick. But it shows you the caliber of man, because a man that the spirit of wisdom flows through doesn't need to see all these crazy results to push themselves and stay on top of themselves. Why does Israel have to fall rock bottom before they take change serious?
Right.
It just doesn't make sense. So, Israel grew effeminate and we lost our discipline. The more we grew effeminate and became sensual, then following the law made less and less sense. We just didn't shift from following the law, all of a sudden serving other gods.
No.
This is about losing discipline and losing the ability to stay on top of ourselves.
We lost our borders.
Exactly.
We lost our borders because of it.
Exactly. But you know why? Because discipline wasn't a passion of ours. We didn't love discipline. We didn't desire it. We desired the flesh. We desired rewards. We desired our vineyards and our homes. Continue.
And the care of discipline is love.
The only way to keep the discipline is your love. You have to have a strong desire to establish discipline. The only way to maintain your discipline, you have to have a love for what you're doing. A person has to love discipline to continue it. You have to love the benefits of discipline. It tells you about how in Ecclesiastes 6, how when you put your hands and feet in the fetters of wisdom, those fetters become your robes of glory. Listen, when you desire discipline, you learn to love it because you learn to love what discipline does for you. All the restraints end up becoming what makes you strong and identifies who you are as an individual. So let's continue. So you have to love discipline. That's how you care and maintain discipline. Read on.
Verse 18. And the love is the keeping of her law.
Because if I'm keeping the laws, I'm loving the Most High.
Come.
So it still boils to be, like Darius said, if you don't love the Most High, you're not going to love discipline. Which means you're not going to gain wisdom. You're not going to grow. People love themselves and what they were getting out the deal more than loving the Most High. If I love the Most High, I love the laws. But the laws become a burden because I lost discipline. You have to learn to love the discipline, love the laws, because the laws require discipline. You can't follow the laws unless you embrace discipline anyway. And this is how and why we grew effeminate. Continue.
And love is the keeping of her laws, and the giving heed unto her laws is the assurance of incorruption.
When you follow the laws and you use discipline to motivate yourself to keep the laws, that's how you can ensure that you're not going to be corrupted. Read on.
And incorruption maketh us near unto the Most High.
Wow.
Verse 20.
Therefore, the desire of wisdom.
Because I'm sorry. The more flaws that I shave out my spirit, the more practices that are nonsensical practices. These practices don't benefit the nation. The more negative practices or flaw-based practices I shave out of my thinking, I shave out of my actions, I shave out of my household, the closer my house is as a reflection of the Most High.
Okay? All facts. So the more things you fix in you is how you get closer to Heavenly Father. That couples with Hebrews where it says the Most High is a consuming fire. So the more things I purge out of me, I get closer to Heavenly Father.
Come.
And the more things I purge, the closer I get to Him, it ensures that what? Verse 20.
Therefore, the desire of wisdom bringeth to a kingdom.
The more encrypted I am, the closer I'm getting to a kingdom. And this is how we lost our kingdom. Because we ran from discipline. We ran from the pursuit of wisdom. We ran from the law. Because we didn't love following the laws. We didn't love the Most High.
So
we didn't love the Most High. We only loved what the Most High could do for us.
So we're just like Jonah.
Mm-hmm.
We really relate more to Jonah than anybody.
Yeah.
In the Bible, right?
Yeah.
We go the opposite direction Most High tells us to go, and then we end up in the belly of the whale.
Mm-hmm.
Then He makes us do it because we are Israelites.
Yeah.
And then they were angry the whole time we had to do it.
Yep. Because we just couldn't accept that the Most High wants us to love Him. And He wants us to love what He is and what He stands for more than the rewards. And we were into the rewards more than Him. So we deserved everything that we lost. Now we go back to Antiquities of the Jews, book 5,
paragraphs
7. We're going to read from the top. And this is going to probably be where we stop. I think we've made our point on this part. And then we'll go into all the specific judges next week. Let's read that.
Book 5, Antiquities of the Jews, book 5, chapter 2, paragraph 7, sentence 132. After this, the Israelites grew effeminate as to fighting any more against their enemies.
And it also means they grew effeminate into fighting themselves.
Yeah.
They grew effeminate into disciplining themselves. Read on.
But applied themselves to the cultivation of the land.
How can I get the most out of this new land I got? How can I make the most money out of this land? Read on.
Which producing them great plenty and riches. They neglected the regular disposition of their settlement.
They neglected their part of the deal. They neglected what they were supposed to do to sit back and keep this land to keep producing for them. People don't understand. You have to do so much spiritual work to sustain the physical blessings that you have. And if that balance and that priority set starts to break down, you're going to lose what you got. And next week we're going to start reading about how we lost because our priorities were jacked up. Our affinities were unsure.
Yeah.
Read on.
And indulged themselves in luxury and pleasures.
And indulge themselves in luxuries and pleasures. Oil, wine, rest.
Feet. Now they were getting fat, getting comfortable, laying up. Read on.
Nor were they any longer careful to hear the laws that belonged to
negligence.
You see how the lack of discipline led to following the law, to breaking the laws.
Yeah.
You start losing your discipline in every area in your life, you're going to start breaking the laws eventually. Because you can't keep the laws if you don't have discipline. When they start letting themselves go, that was the beginning of them making bigger mistakes.
Man.
Read on.
Come.
It's no different with us. If we start letting ourselves go, before you know, we're going to start sinning. The letting yourselves go leads up to the sinning. Read on.
And indulged themselves in luxury and pleasures, nor were they any longer careful to hear the laws that belonged to their political government.
I want to hear it. Why hear all this discipline
Because
change?
why here? I got to keep changing. I got to go over here and sacrifice this and sacrifice that and lose this. And if you sin this, you got to lose this. All I keep hearing is bad news. Read on.
Whereupon the Most High was provoked to anger and put them in mind first how, contrary to his directions, I remember that again, I'm sorry. Whereupon the Most High was provoked to anger and put them in mind first how, contrary to his directions, they had spared the Canaanites.
He said, I told them to kill these dudes off, and none of them finished. Even Judah didn't finish. They just fought a little bit. Read on.
And after that, how those Canaanites, as opportunity served, used them very barbarously.
They started using them and taking advantage of the help out. Listen, the Canaanites used their kindness as leverage to take advantage of them. As is in life. When you let people off the hook, they end up using you and taking advantage of you anyway. Read on.
But the Israelites, though they were in heaviness at these admonitions from the Most High, yet were they very unwilling to go to war.
Listen, the Most High will, it's crazy. The Most High just don't take you out of your kingdom and displace you. He starts making you uncomfortable to start waking you up. And we weren't picking up on the signs. The Most High was shaking us out of our comfort. Listen, for the Canaanites to act barbarously towards us means they was doing uprisings. They were bucking up on us. They were resisting us, and we still didn't stomp them.
Damn.
They were resisting us, and we still didn't sit back here and stand up for what's right and back these cats off. Still. Read on.
Yet were they very unwilling to go to war. And since they got large tributes from the Canaanites and were indisposed for taking pains by their luxury.
So listen, they're giving us money, so I'm gonna put up with their attitude. You know what the problem is? That's how Israel gets. I'm getting something out of the deal, so I'm gonna let this attitude slide. You can sit back here and disrespect me and act barbarously towards me, but you paying me, so I'm gonna turn the cheek. I'm gonna look the other way. That damn transactional spirit has to be broken. If these dudes were out of order, they should have got smoked. They should have got smoked before they were acting barbarously.
Yeah.
But when they start stepping out of line, they should have got smashed. Versus being this chump pushover and playing a transactional deal. Well, I'm getting paid, so I don't care. Let them say what they want to say. What? Where's your backbone? You know, the more the Canaanites acted out of line and they didn't do nothing, Jews didn't do nothing. Canaanites, these guys are chumps. They getting soft out. We're going to take these dudes out. We keep flexing. They don't do shit about it. They're on their way out. Just keep it cool. We're going to get their ass. And that's exactly what happened. Read on.
They suffered their aristocracy to be corrupted also, and did not ordain themselves a senate.
They didn't sit back and establish a checks and balance system to stay on top of themselves.
We organize a proper, correct, fair, and balanced system, because by having gray areas, it allows me to do my will. So when you have order, there's no gray area. Everybody's under the gun. Everybody has to do some type of part of. Everybody's responsible for some level of work ethic or strategy or structure.
Listen, where was the military? Where was the military when all these insurrections was happening? How come it wasn't? Listen, man, come together. We have to put an army together to protect ourselves, man.
Yes.
And then why not protect our neighbors? Because if one tribe loses, you give everybody confidence.
It's over.
Then the other tribe starts to win, and all of a sudden, all of our enemies are right around us. You're giving them confidence.
Yeah, that's real, because it's happening over there, and it's happening over here.
Not yet, but it's about to. Right. You don't think word's going to hear about Dan getting their ass whipped over here?
Doomsday.
You think like that today?
Dan got their ass whipped. If they got. Listen, the damn Philistines understood that. When we took Jericho, guess what happened? Oh, shit. They're coming to Gilgal now.
They knew it.
They're coming here next. But listen, then by the time they was getting to Jerusalem, they said, we gotta rally up. They're coming to get us. If our enemies understood that, you don't think we understood that? We was too preoccupied with having money.
Having things.
Having things. Having things. Having things, yeah. That was all that mattered. They didn't care, right? They were clouded, bro.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's keep going.
They suffered their aristocracy to be corrupted also.
Because it was about money and gain and coming up, and it wasn't about establishing discipline anywhere. This is how camps fall. This is how schools fall. This is how empires fall. Discipline is thrown out the damn water. Disrespect is allowed as long as the transaction continues to take place.
Exactly.
This is what happens.
You sold out pretty much.
You sold out for more bread and more comfort and more help. Read on, man.
And did not ordain themselves a senate, nor any other such magistrates as their laws have formerly required.
You know, all the Senate was there was a captain over each tribe.
A governing body.
Yeah, or listen, back when Moses had it, you had a man that was responsible for their tribe.
Right.
And they had to deal with the affairs of their tribe, and it was on them. They didn't do that. If everybody had to take, every tribe had to take real responsibility, it would have been okay. And each tribe would have had to answer to every other tribe. Why you get your ass kicked, Dan? You know, niggas was making, they was making soaps.
Yeah.
Who was drinking wine, making soaps,
Listen,
putting bars
I had that
together.
still was that bad.
It was making candles.
Yeah.
Versus sitting back here and getting your army together. How many men? Listen, what was the first thing Moses said before we left out? What was the book of Numbers about? It was about numbering the men of Israel for war. That's what Numbers was about. How many cats out of each tribe can whip some ass?
He did it right.
And can we have a number of people ready to go to war? And are they training men to go to war? It was nobody was preparing for nothing.
Completely left our military.
That's the point. That was the aristocracy. That was the Senate. This is Josephus talking from a Roman perspective.
Yeah.
But the aristocracy was, listen, each tribe had a man had to represent their tribe. They were referred to as 12 princes that were accountable for the people. It's one thing not to have the number one guy. They let go of their entire system. It was a free-for-all. Give me this land. This is my space. This is my space. That was the mindset. They didn't even, listen, they lost track of where was the place to even worship. They weren't even thinking about the place to worship. Now, we know down the line, we knew that was what Solomon did, but they weren't even thinking about that. Where were they going to sit back here and do their sacrifices at?
Right.
All they talked about was the suburbs for the Levites to live in. They didn't even tighten up the places of worship.
Damn, yeah.
They didn't talk about that at all.
There was no sacrificing. No.
They weren't talking about it. Wow. That means they weren't doing it. There was nothing was even set up to remember the Most High.
We gave the Levites a damn good land.
Yeah.
That's enough.
We gave Caleb's land. A piece of Caleb's land. They stay on Caleb's land where the giants were. But what about the structure, the infrastructure? They put Levites in every city, but where are they going to do the sacrificing at? Who was responsible for the security of each tribe? They were like, who's going to go up to war against these guys? The Caleb was like, who's going to take this land? I'll take it. You'll get my daughter. Cool. The motivation would be, you can have my fine daughter if you take this land. And then Othniel was called again later on in the next chapter. But there was no structure set up. Nobody was called to defend the land.
That's convenient, though.
Everything was over. We won. We made it.
They wanted to believe that lie, bro.
Israel wants to believe the lie that everything's good. Now that you're a Jew and you got fringes, you're good. People don't want to believe that lie too. You made it. You're a Hebrew. You got a name.
That's it.
You won. We got next. For real, that's all you got to do, right?
Bro, we got more. It's more to it, bro.
I know it is. We do have next. The ones who fight and apply wisdom have next. Anyway, let's continue.
But they were very much given to cultivating their fields in order to get wealth, which great indolence.
Which great indolence. Let's get that. Indolence, freedom from pain.
That was crazy.
Habitual idleness.
Wow.
Indisposition to labor.
That's crazy.
Laziness. Wow. Inaction or want of exertion of body or mind.
That's a scary word right here.
So habitually idle.
Listen, they weren't doing shit. All they want to do was see their land grow out. Like you said, they had servants. Don't remember that entire city of people were given to be servants of the Jews? On top of the mixed multitude that followed them. Everybody had servants, huh? So do you think these guys were doing that much work cultivating their land, huh? They were watching the land get cultivated. They weren't putting their hand to the plow. You know what they was doing? They was beating the ass of the servants who weren't doing the job fast enough. Huh? They were beating them. They was beating on them and making sure they did the job right. They weren't doing nothing. They was super lazy, huh? And this was pissing the Most High off, right? Which it says great indolence, great habitual idleness, great indisposition to labor, great laziness, great inaction. Golly, great inaction of mind. They were lazy mentally. Read on, man.
Damn. Which great indolence of theirs brought a terrible sedition upon them. And they proceeded so far as to fight one. I'm sorry. They proceeded so far as to fight one against another.
Yep.
From the following occasion.
I'm not gonna go into it, but this is when Benjamin almost got eradicated as a tribe.
Right.
When that Levite and this woman and these crazy Benjamites was tore apart and did all kind of ravenous things to her, that was when this happened.
It makes so much sense.
Now it makes sense. Listen, over here, Benjamin. I was like, why was Benjamin so crazy? This is when they didn't want to fight their own battles. They was going buck wild. Now, this story isn't talked about in the scriptures until Judges 19. But we'll make sure we'll bring it back to this point and when they were really going left.
Right.
These guys, Benjamin was being barbarians at this time.
That's crazy.
They were being barbarians.
Lost their discipline.
It was all about the flesh, taking women. You think she was the only woman getting taken back in them days? This is free for all.
I see what you mean now when you were talking about how losing that initial discipline in anything.
Yes.
And how it develops, it's a snowball effect.
I used to see men who had like heavy drug addictions. Before they went into the heavy drugs, they would start off with just drinking beer
and coffee.
habitually drinking coffee, habitually not being able to.
Right.
I stopped combing my hair. Right. I stopped taking care of my personal appearance. And those were the signs that they were about to go downhill and go on a drug binge. So it was the lack of discipline in general that got you to forego following the laws in totality. You lose your discipline, then you look up and you start breaking laws here and there, then it's just forget the law. The discipline and the love of the Most High to keep your discipline establishes you're sustaining the law.
I've seen that too. Like
I know.
People I work with, they recently mentioned, it's like they wait for like the obvious signs, like, you know what? I'm drinking all this caffeine, I'm smoking all these cigarettes, but I'll think about stopping as soon as I get them stomach pains now when I smoke. But
you let it go so far.
Yeah, I can't enjoy a cigarette no more, so maybe it's time to quit.
But you know what they'll do? They'll quit and do another vice.
Yeah.
It's time to change vices.
People change vices. They go from smoking to drinking. Smoking to drinking, drinking to smoking. Yeah. Or then they'll go from smoking to eating.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or then they'll go from eating to just being overly sexual. You're just jumping and changing the flesh, the fleshly response, versus denying and starving out what the flesh wants. Because that's how, when a man starts getting right with the Most High, he starts going on fast. Yeah. He starts cutting off the meat.
Denying.
He stops drinking. And all of a sudden, he starts locking back into the spirit of discipline, because that's what it takes to keep the law.
I didn't think about that. I didn't think that was all nurturing the spirit.
It's all encompassed together. But
it's the Most High's method.
It's how you have, because you have to stay in the spirit of discipline to keep the law, man. It's just not just keeping the law. So I think we've made that point clear. We don't have to go into the actual scenarios. We'll go into chapter 3 starting next week. But I think we painted a proper picture of how Israel diminished, how we fell apart, and how we broke down to where we even needed the judges to come save us. Okay? Okay. Let's send our prayers up real quick.
And thanks for coming through and listening and watching online.
Yep.
Appreciate that.
So we're going to sit back here and finish our reading up. I get Psalms ready. I get Psalms ready. Just to make sure. I get that too.
Now trying to hear what I'm kicking in his head.
Okay. Okay. Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai.
Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Michael
Send Michael
and the righteous angels
and the righteous angels
to watch over,
Watch over.
bless,
bless,
heal,
heal,
protect,
and
make strong
make strong
the people of Yasharah.
People of Yasharah.
Also send unto us
Also send unto us
much wisdom,
much wisdom,
much knowledge,
much knowledge,
much understanding,
much understanding,
much patience,
much patience,
much faith,
much faith,
much brotherhood,
much brotherhood,
and much love,
much love,
spiritual power,
spiritual power,
and forgive all of our sins.
forgive all of our sins.
Yahweh Shai, come quickly.
Yahweh Shai, come quickly.
For in thee
For in thee
is our hope,
is our hope,
always,
always,
and forever.
and forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Oops, see? Gotta be better. There it goes. Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathanalah. Hathawarah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the law.
Number 2. Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathanalah. Award. Lamra'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the light to see.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathanalah. Ha'ayom. Quara. La Ha'ay.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the ram's horn called the people.
Number 4. Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barak Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Nathanalah. Shaman. Zayat. Lamashah. Yashar.
Yahshua. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Okay. Psalm 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord,
It is a good thing to give thanks to the Lord,
and to sing praise unto thy
and
name,
to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
to show forth thy loving kindness
show forth the loving kindness
in the morning,
in the morning,
and thy faithfulness every night,
and thy faithfulness every night.
upon an instrument of 10 strings,
Upon an instrument of 10 strings,
and upon the psaltery,
upon the psaltery,
upon the harp,
upon the harp,
with the solemn
with the
sound.
solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh,
Thou, Yahweh,
hast made me glad through thy
has
work.
made me glad through thy word.
I will triumph
I will triumph
in the works of thy
in
hands.
the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
how great are thy
how
works,
great are thy works,
and thy thoughts are very deep.
and thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth
A
not,
brutish man knoweth not,
neither the fool understandeth.
neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked springeth the grass,
When the wicked spring the grass,
and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish,
when all the works of iniquity flourish,
it is that they shall be destroyed forever.
is that they should be destroyed forever.
But thou, Yahweh,
Thou, Yahweh,
art most high forevermore.
Art
most high forevermore.
For lo, thy enemies,
For lo,
Lo,
thy
thine
enemies,
enemies,
O Yahweh,
O Yahweh,
for lo, thy enemies
for
Lo,
lo,
thine
thy
enemies,
enemies
shall perish.
shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt,
But my horn shall thou exalt,
like the horn of a unicorn.
Like
like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see,
My
My
eye also shall see.
my desire on my enemies,
My
My
desire
desire
of
of
my
my
enemies.
enemies.
and my ears shall hear
And my ears shall hear.
my desire
My
desire
desire
of the wicked
of the wicked
that rise up against me.
that rise up against me.
The
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
righteous shall flourish like a palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord
shall flourish in the courts of our power.
shall flourish in the course of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and
They
flourishing,
shall be fat and flourishing.
to show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock,
He is my rock.
and there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushua.
By Hashem Yahushua.
Psalms 133. Shayar,
Shayar,
Hama Iowa,
Iowa,
Ladawad,
Ladawad,
Hana,
Hana,
Ma,
Ma,
Tawab,
Tawab,
Wama,
Wama,
Na'ayam,
Na'ayam,
Shabbat,
Shabbat,
Akim,
Akim,
Gam,
Gam,
Yachad,
Echad,
Kashaman,
Hashaman,
Hatawab,
Hatawad,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Harash,
Harash,
Haraash,
Harash,
Yarad,
Yarad,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Hazakwan,
Zakwan,
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 Aharan,
Aharan,
Shayarad,
Shayarad,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Hawa,
Hawa,
Paya, Madawathiawa, Katal, Karamwan, Shayarat, Ayo, Haroria, Tazayawa, Kaya, Sham, Tazawa, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayam, I, Hawalam, Basham Yavshah.
Right?
No, I just want to, read that.
Psalm 133. Behold how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Amen.
Yeah, I just want to do this real quick. This is a quick prayer for a sister. Get this one. I'm just gonna go this real quick. Just one prayer for a sister who's fighting sickness. It's requested. Let me see. Okay, we're gonna go here, and then we go here. Okay. Ya Baraki Yahweh, Wa Shamarka, Ya Yahweh, Panyawa, Al Yaka, Wa Yachanka, Yasha'a Yahweh, Panyawa, Al Yaka, Wa Yashamlaka, Shalom. Okay, here. Yahweh, Basham, Yahushai, Shamar, Ayo, Barak. Margaret Lovett. Yeah. Rapah. Margaret Lovett. Kazak. Margaret Lovett. Izar. Margaret Lovett. Magan. Margaret Lovett. Samat. Margaret Lovett. Tawada. Amyad. Aman. Yahweh, Basham, Yahushai, Rakanawa, Washrodi, Wabiat, Support. 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 Barakatha Yahweh, Barakatha Yahushai, Barakatha Yahweh, Barakatha Yahushai, all knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all love, all patience, all power is from Yahweh. All power is from Yahweh. All power is from Yahweh. Basham, Yahushai, the Wada, the Myad, Aman.
So going out in the heavenly order. Yahweh, why Yahweh Shai, why call Yasha'Allah, men of Israel, Amajah, Barak.
Yahweh, Basham, Yahushai, Barakatha.
Kwam Yasha'Allah.
Yes, dismissed. Voila. Shalom Israel for tuning in. See y'all on Monday. Shalom.
That was good, bro.